take the other chair beside Jake.
And we're off.
Thank you. I'm going to call the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting to order. Good afternoon. Welcome to the April 26th Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are in the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today is Ms. Sheila Gurry. Today's Governance and Priorities Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter, Council Procedure Bylaw 2018 number 7272, and Ministerial Order number M192, governing opening meetings during a state of emergency, and the Provincial Health Office Order regarding gatherings and events. Therefore, members of the public are requested to observe meetings virtually and not attend in person, and the question period will be suspended throughout the duration of the Provincial Health Orders in effect. And is there any introduction of late items, Ms. Gurry?
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's a few late items and reordering of the agenda items today that I'd like to go over with Council. We are updating the Affordable Housing Strategy Annual Implementation Update, the PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint has been updated and is available for you. So we are moving agenda item Councillor Martman, Recreational Vehicle Permanent Accommodation, to follow the Schedule D after the Affordable Housing Implementation Plan, and moving neighborhood associations to be the new number 1. So the new order will be under reports 6A, number 1, under C, community wellness and livability. The new number 1 will be neighborhood associations. The new number 2 will be the Affordable Housing Strategy Annual Implementation Update. The new number 3 will be Zoning Bylaw Schedule D Affordable Housing Amendments, and the new number 4 will be the presentation from Mr. Holm and Lania regarding the recreational vehicles and the follow-up on the motion from Councillor Martman from last Monday's council meeting. So that is the new order of those core items under number 7. And then remaining under D, Governance and Management Excellence, will be Mr. Rudolph's 2021 Council Alignment Update. So that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gurry. So we will start off today. Oh, first of all, we've got a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Bonner. All in favor? Motion passes. Motion for adoption of minutes is circulated. Moved by Councillor Hemmond, seconded by Mayor Krogh. All in favor? Number 5, Governance and Priorities Committee Agenda Planning. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you again, Chair. So starting on page 15 of your original agenda is the upcoming GPC and or special council topics, whatever the meeting type might be, but they are intended for your GPC meeting. So in May, on May 10th, we have a Transportation Day, and part of this day will be another section of the crosswalk safety, pedestrian safety updates that you have already had one piece of. On the next page of your agenda, page 16, is the matrix that has been developed that you have all prioritized your items, as well as staff incorporated topics that are part of their work plans aligned with Council strategic plan that have been added as well, and the reimagined schedule. So this is updated on a weekly basis or a GPC meeting basis for you. And we've also added a column status so we can keep up to date with whether an item or a topic is in progress or complete. So that is it, unless Council has any other topics that they wish to add to the list to be prioritized late June, July.
Any questions? Looking around the table. Councillor Thorpe?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So Ms. Gurry, at the last GPC, I think I mentioned a topic of interest to me regarding Westwood Lake. Do I need to make a formal motion to have that added to the list of topics, or is it just something that we informally can decide on?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Thorpe. Yes, I was going to actually bring that up. So at the last GPC 2 weeks ago, there was a topic you brought up. If you wanted to have a discussion or get some more information on that, or have it done at a future GPC, it would be something that you would formally move to be added to the list. Then it would be on your list, the GPC matrix council topics, and at the end of June, July, you would reprioritize when that would come forward for you. So yes, if that is something that you would like added, you would make the motion to have that added now and have the discussion with council.
Thank you. So with the permission of the chair, I would like to move for a future GPC topic to have a staff update on issues related to Westwood Lake as a recreational facility, specifically trail usage and parking issues.
Seconder, Councillor Bonner. Discussion? Any further? Councillor Thorpe?
No, thank you, except that several people have mentioned this as a topic of interest to them, and I think I would be well served to just get more information about where we're at. It's a very popular venue, and I think it's a victim of its own success. So it's just a topic that I think would be interesting. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no questions, call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now we have Councillor Bonner, Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. The question is regarding capital planning process, and we kind of listed it as 2 on our list and ahead of crosswalk safety, but now it's in Q2. I just thought it was coming up this month. Did I miss the Q2 thing?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Bonner. No, capital planning is scheduled for May as well. It'll either be May 10th or the next GPC in May. We just weren't 100% sure on the meeting date for that.
Okay.
So it is coming in May as well.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll move on. Reports, there's none for environmental responsibility, none for economic health, and we will move to community wellness, neighborhood association, organizational capacity, review support, introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council. This is the second time we've been before GPC on the topic of neighborhood associations and organizational structure around neighborhood associations. We have a report on your agenda, and Mr. Schulberg is co-presenting this afternoon with Christy McDonald, who are going to walk you through the report. And if it's okay with the chair, I'll turn it over to Mr. Schulberg right now.
Schulberg?
All right, thank you, Dale. Of course, the first step I've achieved up here is getting a glass of water and then spilling it all over the podium. So. But all right, we're ready to go. Oh, good. There's my PowerPoint right there. Thank you. So as Dale noted, this is a report on the Neighborhood Association Organizational Capacity Review Support and Engagement process that we've been looking at over the past year. Initially, there was an information report provided to you approximately a year ago with respect to how we engage with neighborhood associations, how we engage with the neighborhood network, how we sort of do neighborhood engagement through planning, that sort of thing. This is basically a follow-up from that discussion and with some recommendations. Good, there we go. I did want to note the key focus areas of this presentation. The first will be Neighborhood Association Organizational Capacity Review and Revised Recognition Criteria. This part I will be presenting, and then we'll basically be handing the podium over to Kirsty McDonald, Parks and Open Space Planner for the City of Nanaimo, for the expansion of the Partners in Parks program into a Partners in Community program. I did want to, you'll notice in schedule or attachment A of the report, I did provide a whole bunch of information related to the informational report we did a year ago, just to give you a refresher. It's been so long since that report came to you. Key thing to note, though, is I'll do a quick review through this. Neighborhood policy background. It's interesting to note that Imagine Nanaimo back in 1992 stated that support for neighborhoods were vital building blocks in their vision statement. So Plan Nanaimo in 1994 echoed this, and ensuing neighbor plans reinforced this vision as well. And finally, even today in 2008's official community plan, which is currently in place, we have the statement that in the neighborhood section of the OCP that says that the city will promote the establishment of neighborhood associations to support neighborhood planning initiatives. So it's needless to say, it's policy-wise, it's obviously important to the City of Nanaimo that its neighborhood associations be supported and that we work with them. Oh, there we go. With regard to neighborhood associations themselves and their organizational structure, just a quick update on that. There are 20 active neighborhood associations in the City of Nanaimo. There are various ages of existence, some 20 plus years, some much newer than that. They're very much spread throughout the community, and there'll be a map that follows that quickly shows the spread that exists. It should be noted that boundaries of neighborhood associations traditionally are self-defined by the neighborhoods themselves. Organizational capacity does vary, and there'll be a little bit of information on that in the following slide, but basically on a spectrum all the way from committees of 1, 2, or 3 people over to full-blown registered nonprofit societies. And generally, we've had a collaborative relationship with neighborhood associations over the past few decades, and with some occasional exceptions. I apologize, this might not be the best image you can see here, but basically it just gives you an idea of the spread of the neighborhood associations through the city. There are many areas that do not have organized neighborhood associations that have appeared on the radar, so to speak. I do call this a radar. Basically, it's just a way of tracking where neighborhood groups have been or currently exist or are active. This slide is simply a quick breakdown on the sort of organizational capacity of the various neighborhood groups. The groups that are in green are formally organized as registered nonprofits, and there's 6 of those. Groups which are not formally organized as registered nonprofits but have some sort of organizational structure are in blue. Then groups which are informally organized, not registered as nonprofits, and very loosely organized for the most part are in the red category there. And then also at the bottom in orange is basically groups that have existed in the 9/11 past but are either defunct or no longer active. So to get sort of to the meat of what we're talking about in this first part of the presentation, I wanted to do for you a quick rundown of Neighborhood Association Organizational Capacity Questionnaire Response Summary Highlights. So this is something that's attached in your report, but I'll just give you a quick rundown at this point in time. Under the first category, organizational capacity, it's worth noting that the responses to the questionnaire that were sent out, and this was a questionnaire that we sent out many months ago and then updated in the early part of this year with the input from neighborhood associations themselves. Responses confirm that there is a wide range of organizational capacity among the 20 active neighborhood associations, with the majority, 14 out of 20, having some form of organized structure. Specifically, 6 are registered nonprofits, 8 are not formally organized as registered nonprofits, but do have an executive, regular meetings, and a membership structure. And the remaining 6 are loosely organized with no executive, regular meetings, or membership structure. Of the 14 questionnaire responses, the majority of associations undertake the following activities. And it was interesting to see the responses that received on these. They do engage with their neighborhoods prior to responding to city development referrals, such as rezoning, OCP amendments, and development permits, and 12 out of the 14th response groups did actually do that. They send a representative to attend neighborhood network meetings. 13 out of the 14 respondents do that. Have an elected executive and keep minutes for executive and general membership meetings. 11 out of the 14 do that. Hold an annual general meeting. Again, a majority of 12 out of 14 groups do that. Maintain a web page or Facebook page. 10 out of 14 do that. And finally, send out a newsletter or other periodic updates related to the activities of the group. And there's 12 out of 14 that do that action. Moving on to the most positive changes over the last 10 years per neighborhood. I won't give specific breakdowns, but I'll just read this general statement related to that input. The responses ranged from specific neighborhood improvements to general feelings of increased community involvement for members, increased participation in community activities, and increased neighborhood pride. Generally speaking, the changes identified also mirror the general inputs provided through the Reimagine Nanaimo process with respect to how quality of life has changed in the last 10 years. Moving on to the next item, top priorities for change per neighborhood moving forward. It was noted that a wide range of priorities were provided in response to this question, and in many cases, groups provided more priorities than the requested 3. From a staff perspective, this input is particularly useful in understanding where neighborhood focus and needs lie. Moving on to the next item, what role should a neighborhood association play? We actually provided a series of pre-selected roles and then had the neighborhoods respond or tick the ones that were applicable to them. Respondents felt that associations should fulfill a number of roles. Community builder and community advocate were at the top of the list for all, 14 out of 14. Followed by community networker, development referral coordinator, and liaison to the city of Nanaimo. 13 out of 14 felt that role was being played by the group. Neighborhood plan progress monitor, 12 out of 14 felt that was a role they played, and then social organizer coming in sort of last at 10 out of 14, but still a majority of the groups felt that that's the role they play. And then finally, perhaps the biggest question that we put out there through the questionnaire and wanted to receive input back from the neighbor groups on was under what organizational criteria should the neighborhood association be recognized? And what we found is that just over half of the responding associations, so a slim majority, 8 out of 14, felt that the city should formally recognize and support neighborhood associations based on a set of clear organizational criteria. For example, registered as a nonprofit society, regular meetings, an elected executive, a membership structure, et cetera. However, this response was frequently tempered with a caution that the structure could be achieved short of required registered nonprofit society status. As noted by one group, associations need to be credible both in the eyes of their residents as well as the city. While they do not necessarily have to register as a nonprofit society, there should be minimum standards imposed on their organization, such as a membership structure, an annual general meeting which elects an executive, and a means for regularly updating residents. One group did note that if society status is required, this will likely result in neighborhood groups either disbanding or simply not taking this action. Neighborhood associations exist, as it quoted, neighborhood associations exist for the benefit of neighborhoods and their residents, not for the city government. We are not creatures of the city government. And then the final point was less than half of the responding associations, and this was 5 out of the 14, felt that the city should recognize and support neighborhood associations regardless of their organizational capacity. As noted by one group, not all neighborhood associations are large enough to warrant the forming of a nonprofit society. Neighborhood associations provide valuable firsthand information and suggestions from our citizens which may not have been identified by the city. So needless to say, there is not a consensus on the answer to this question, but certainly a slim majority of 8 out of 14 of the respondents to the questionnaire did indicate some form of structure should likely be in place. So I'll conclude at that point there. I did want to, yes, to that final slide here. So this was just a list of the recommended recognition criteria for neighborhood associations that are contained in the council report, or the GPC report, I should say. Basically, the criteria would include have an elected executive that meets on a regular basis. Some questions have come up about what regular basis means. You know, this could be 2 to 3 times a year, even once a year. The point is that there actually is some sort of elected executive and there's some sort of meeting that occurs at least in a consistent manner. Have a membership structure, not necessarily fee paying. So these could be email lists or what have you that often groups will call as part of their membership, not necessarily fee paying, although there are many of the older groups definitely have a fee structure as well. Hold an annual general meeting. So once a year there would be a public meeting that's open to the entire neighborhood, those that are interested in attending. So having that would be considered a key criteria. Keep minutes for executive and general membership meetings, so there's some sort of record of the workings of the activities of this group and of executive and of its AGM. Engage with its neighborhood prior to responding to city development referrals, such as rezoning, OCP amendment, and development permits. So the groups that are out there currently, we do referrals to them where they exist, and then basically this would ensure that there was some sort of engagement that happens with the larger community, or at least with their membership, with respect to referrals that come their way. And then provide periodic updates to members related to the activities of the group. these are often like newsletters or Facebook pages, some sort of outreach that lets the wider neighborhood know what's going on through the neighbor group itself. Oops. There we go. So we chose to put a question comment section at the end of this presentation, and then we'll do a similar one for Kirsty. Unless you'd like us to just keep plowing through and do this at the end of the presentation, we can do it either way.
I think it's good to take the questions now while we're on this portion of it. Do I see, Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Chair. If I may through you to staff, how do we plan on monitoring the criteria that we've laid out here? Are they required to give us minute meetings and that sort of thing, or?
It's a good question. I think our understanding would be, if necessary, if, for example, if we wanted minutes from a meeting, we could then request them to provide those minutes where necessary. I don't think we necessarily want to be police per se in regard to how these groups operate, but we do need to have the ability where maybe we're questioning how active or comprehensive or engaged that group is in their neighborhood to request that these different actions are actually being undertaken.
Reason I'm asking about it is we wanted to find a way to make sure that they're still up and running and doing their thing. So if part of the presentation that part of the report that you had was the comments of what are the neighborhood associations expecting from council and staff. And there was a fair amount in there that they were expecting from us, which is fine. But that's why I'm wondering, is this monitoring, if we're going to be reaching out to them and saying, hey, there's the no CP application in your area, or there's development permit in your area, and we'd like your input on this, and we're going to be spending staff time reaching out to them, I'd want to know that at any given time of the day or night, that we know that there's an active organization and here all the contact people are and that sort of thing.
Yeah. I know on a day-to-day basis, we often have this understanding of how active the group is and how it's structured. There's a bit of a localized knowledge that happens in that regard. So as I was saying, it would probably be more whether we question the comprehensive or the fullness of the engagement that they carry out in their area, where we might want to question or ask for additional information to ensure that there's an active group actually operating there.
So just a little bit more is, so if we do see a report coming down on, say, a building permit or a variance or anything along those lines, and it has comments from the neighborhood association, is it safe to assume that work would have already been done?
I think so. This would be operational things we'd do on a day-to-day basis. So if you're getting that input, it would be safe to say that, to assume that that's been checked, or that they're considered in the active list as far as an organized structure from the staff purposes.
Okay. The other thing is, and when we're looking at the different organizations in various other cities, there was 3 cities that we were comparing to. All of them have a requirement to be a society in order to accept grants.
Yeah.
Now, we're sort of kind of flittering with grants in the next piece that you're going to talk about. Does that raise an issue with us being able to get them? Because we did talk about in prior meetings about the capacity building of these organizations and how we would help them.
I think any city can create their own system of governance in this regard. It is interesting looking at those other cities such as Victoria or Surrey or Saanich and how they do it. In this case, we're not recommending that there be a nonprofit status there, but there be some form of organizational structure. And I think, that's something that when it comes to granting, I think it's certainly, if we were to create new programs, for example, a support program for neighborhood associations under the proposed PIC program, which will be discussed shortly, we would want to ensure, at least for purposes of grants, that there is an organizational structure in place, not necessarily a society status, but certainly an organizational structure. So that's sort of the system we're recommending at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Krog?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schulberg, to all of yourself and all those who worked on this. I think you pointed out what is the troubling part for me. I mean, do 3 activists in one neighborhood of the city get to have the same weight given to their comments as, for instance, the South End Community Association, which is active, puts on events, meets regularly, literally meets all of your criteria? I'm not concerned about the formality of the legalities or whether they're an incorporated society or not. I don't think you would want that expectation. This is no disrespect. We're not Toronto. We are the city of Nanaimo with 100,000 strong, but still that would be a bit excessive. I think what is recommended is appropriate. In terms of Councillor Bonner's concerns, I think that frankly, if we require them to fill out a one-page questionnaire annually, would be more than sufficient. That simply says, did you do this, 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 and this, and somebody sign it, so that we have some reassurance. Because after all, the purpose of this is to encourage community within community, but it's also to provide us as council with hopefully some cogent and useful information and commentary about development proposals, etc. So I think this is a very positive step forward. I'll be very interested to hear what the delegations have to say later today, because for me this is about implementing local democracy and giving people a voice that they might not otherwise have. I mean, if we decide on proposals all the time and hear nothing from anybody, and we're going by our guts, we're going by staff recommendations, if we have something from a recognized neighborhood association, I'll feel more comfortable in making those decisions. And they may get to know their neighbors, which would be a very positive thing as well. In any event, thank you very much. As I say, I look forward to hearing from the delegations today to see where we're going with this. But this is, I think, is a nice compromise on the face of it between an extremely legalistic approach, which I tend to often favor, and a much more casual approach, which I don't think will provide much value to council.
Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask Mr. Schulberg if Ms. McDonald was going to do part of a presentation prior to the delegations. That was not clearly laid out in our agenda, so I wanted, before we hear from the delegations, we'll hear from Ms. McDonald.
Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Chair. A question through to staff. If we, I'm looking at the recommendation. If we support the recommendation and the city is to formally support neighborhood associations, no, this is probably jumping ahead to Kirsty's presentation, but then if we formalize that structure, can groups who don't participate in that formal structure still apply for the expanded PIP program or the 2 to 3 year neighborhood planning cycle process?
That's a good question, and what I can say, and I think Kirsty will get into
Maybe
this
we can
somewhat
wait
in
then
her
till
part of the
our next-
presentation.
next stage.
But I can say, we still want to recognize neighborhood groups that are out there, even if it's just on an informational level. Like somebody comes to us and says, can you help us connect with the right group for doing a little project over here? We're going to ensure they get those connections and are able to, at least connect with who they need to connect with. It's also interesting, well, I don't want to steal Kirsty's fire, but Partners in Parks, basically the groups that apply for that are actually asked to be involved in that program, pretty much all of them are not organized neighborhood groups. They're groups of individuals, maybe around a specific park area, that get together and say, we'd like to do this park improvement. So I don't think we want to discourage that level. And you might even have neighborhood groups that are a couple people call themselves a neighborhood association, that's fine, but they could still potentially tap into some other programs. I think it's just if we create a dedicated set of community support grants, say operational grants or small project grants specifically for neighborhood associations, we'd want to look at a certain minimum standard for those particular programs of organizational capacity.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you, Mr. Schulberg. Appreciate the report. Councillor Hemmons asked a good question, and I know Ms. McDonald will be speaking, and I also know that we have delegations on the first part of this presentation. I've been heavily involved in the Partners in Parks program, and I agree with Mr. Schulberg. It's often a smaller group of residents immediately adjacent to a potential park land that want to bring about some improvement. So I see the neighborhood association issue as a larger scale, and for me, it's all about credibility. So that when we have people coming to address council, usually about development applications, if they claim to be representing a neighborhood association, I want to be assured that they have credibility, that they are in fact representing an organized association. So again, recognizing that we do have delegations, and apparently some of them don't share my views, that's fine. To me, your criteria seem very reasonable. And if somebody appears in front of council and claims to represent community or neighborhood X, I don't really care if they're organized as a nonprofit, but I think that they should have an executive, they should have regular meetings, they should have a membership structure. And on the other hand, if somebody comes and claims to represent neighborhood X, and in fact they don't have an executive in place, there is no regular membership, there is no regular meetings, then to me they don't have credibility as a representative of their neighborhood. That's not to say they can't come and speak to council representing their own personal views, that's always allowed. But to represent a community, I think we need to have some type of minimum criteria in place. And again, I think what you've presented is very reasonable. And I'm pleased that so many neighborhood associations already meet that criteria. So I think that's very encouraging because we want to be able to hear from them and we want to know that their representatives have credibility, as I said. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just follow up with mine. I just wanted to note that Parkwood Neighborhood Association is very active. It's just not registered with the city, and there was a decision made not to do that. So that's something we would have to look at, as well as there's also one for Nanaimo North. Then there's North Nanaimo Zone, which is different. So there are quite a few. So my question is how has Facebook changed this? Because there's a lot of neighborhoods that have their own particular neighborhood groups, and you can only belong, like I belong to Chase River because I was invited in as a politician, but they're very careful on who goes into there, like Sika, same thing, very careful. So how do we recognize those groups who actually probably have a lot more input and a lot more conversation back and forth utilizing Facebook as the medium?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, technology has really advanced even since 2008 when we had the last official community plan done. I mean, many of the neighborhood associations that are on the list there do actually have Facebook pages or have used blog sites prior to that as their way of communicating and outreach to the community, which is great. Let's say a group comes, I mean, as long as they come to us and say, here we are and here's sort of how we're organized, and this Facebook is one of the ways we connect with our community, there's nothing wrong with that. That is perfectly acceptable. So, but I wouldn't necessarily say just because they have a Facebook page, we'll recognize that as a full-blown neighborhood association. We'd still want to know that there's some sort of structure there.
Yeah, I think you could do that just by looking at the page to see the interaction from all the different community members. And my last question would be, could this be somehow connected to the Block Watch program, which is already organized, so they don't have to register? Because registering as a nonprofit, there can be a lot of work, there's a lot of paperwork involved, there's regular reporting, all of that stuff. So is there a way that you could possibly looking at doing that? Because we went from, I think, like 6 Block Watches in the city in 2010 up to something, I think Gary's got it up to like 90 now. So the whole city has got Block Watches, which could be another way of utilizing a neighborhood watch.
I know from my own experiences dealing with neighbor groups, sometimes we'd recommend, hey, there's a very active PAC, parent advisory committee in your area, or there's an active Block Watch. Maybe those are groups you want to connect with as well. I don't think we'd force the connection, but certainly it makes a lot of sense. There's strength in numbers if you can bring those groups, at least have them connect with each other. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Schulberg. I see no further questions, so I believe now you're going to have Ms. McDonald come up and do the next one with you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chris, for the introduction to our next segment about expansion of the Partners in Parks program into a potential community in partnership program. And through the Reimagine Nanaimo process, staff are starting to rethink how we do a lot of our existing programs. And so this is just an idea that we're considering, and we'll see where it lands. But the city of Nanaimo has a long heritage of working with volunteers. And many of our parks actually have been built by volunteers. We've got some pictures to show you of Westwood Lake and Bowen Park in the 1950s. And really these long, these really pillars of our park system have been largely built by volunteers. And council recognized this in the 1980s and developed a policy called the Partners in Parks Policy. And in 1982, the direction for council was that no new neighborhood parks would be developed unless volunteers created them through the Volunteers in Parks program. And really over the last 40 years, this program has evolved into a way to keep public spaces relevant to neighborhoods. And we have worked with many, many groups in a number of facets to help create public spaces that reflect the needs and the desires of that immediate neighborhood and really change over time as neighborhood demographics change and as community trends change. So currently, before you is an overview of many of the different facets of our Partners in Parks program. Some groups build playgrounds, some construct edible landscapes and have productive food forests and garden beds in their local neighborhood. Some groups actually maintain parks for us, and there are a number of groups that not only do cleanups, but actually will mow lawns, fertilize, and look after flower beds. We have we have up to 700 volunteers, I think in 2019, that helped remove invasive plants from the community and help also do replanting programs to allow native plants to reestablish in those areas. We also have a number of volunteers that are working in adopting parks and helping to make sure that our community is beautiful. And also there's many recreational amenities that wouldn't have been created without partnerships with service clubs, businesses, and volunteers. And you can see there's a fellow playing disc golf. That's one such amenity, but there are several. And most recently, last year, I think, you probably all have been part of the Centennial Peace Garden down in Maffeo Sutton Park, and that's another legacy that, although it hasn't been directly through the Partners in Parks program, it's an example of working with community groups and building a space that's relevant to the community currently. So the way the Partners in Parks program works right now, we typically have an initial meeting and invite anyone who lives within a 5-minute walk to attend a site meeting. And really, it's just a brainstorm session, see what the climate of the neighborhood is and see if there's ideas that develop to improve an area. Often, the idea dies at that point in time, and if there's a lot of interest, then the staff will facilitate a process to then bring forward a proposal and develop a funding strategy to implement ideas. And the litmus test really for these programs has been, does the neighborhood mobilize, and do they start to do fundraising? And sometimes that doesn't happen, and sometimes it does to tens of thousands of dollars. And that's how that we then take it to the next level, which is idea implementation, and either construct an idea or work with them to execute whatever great ideas that the neighborhood comes up with. So although you don't have to be part of a neighborhood association, and a lot of the projects that happen through Partners in Parks have nothing to do with the neighborhood association, or they are working in areas that don't have neighborhood associations, we also do go through a collaborative process and implement a lot of public space improvements with neighborhood associations. So we have, with SICA, for instance, have a maintenance agreement for a food forest on Halliburton Street through SICA, and also have worked to develop a collaborative park plan through at Deverell Square Park, which was completely reliant on the ideas and a lot of the implementation with public art and other elements through that neighborhood association. Also, the Harewood Neighborhood Association has been very active at youth amenities at Harewood Centennial Park, including spearheading the recent youth park that opened last year, and also a water park at that site. The Nanaimo Old City Center Association was very involved in the collaborative park plan at Possum Park, and also has done a number of planted street trees on a number of streets in the Old City Quarter through the Partners in Parks program. And Stevenson Point Neighborhood Association is also very active in various beautification and invasive plant removal initiatives through the Partners in Parks program. So there's lots of details still for us to work out, but if council supports the idea of developing a Partners in Community program or looking at prototypes for it, we have put forward 6 improvement areas, and staff are really just trying to expand the program into ways that cross departmental boundaries as well as different facets of public space. This wouldn't preclude a lot of the capital planning that happens, and it would just be another avenue for groups, whether they're informal or whether they're formal, to access funding so that they can implement projects in their own neighborhood at a local level. And currently, the way the Partners in Parks program works, it's actually not a grant process. It is a capital planning process where the city controls the funds, and we actually pay for different projects and different invoices for the neighborhood. So that's how we have it structured currently. So there doesn't need to be a formality from the neighborhood because the funds actually don't change hands. And whether or not that would be the method that we would recommend in a subsequent report is still to be determined. We also are hoping to do more precedent research in other communities to find out what other communities are doing as far as community partnerships go, and can bring back ideas from various places. So if we go down this road into creating a Partners in Community program, staff see that there are a lot of potential benefits, and really one of the biggest benefits is a collaborative process to help keep public spaces relevant to neighborhoods. It also will help us get work done that maybe otherwise wouldn't get done. So one of the goals would be to help have some implementable actions from neighborhood plans that could be actually executed through this program, and to help have actions in a really timely fashion. Also, increase networking for the different neighborhood groups. Currently, we have a neighborhood network, but there are many facets of the Partners in Parks program that are asking through the Reimagine process for increased networking opportunities. So this is one way to also have that happen. We also know that there could be implications from a long-term operations, more capital investment for us to maintain, and also resourcing-wise from a staff capacity. The Partners in Parks program does take a lot of staff time, more engagement, more executing with actions will also require additional staff resources. And we wouldn't want to preclude projects that are already in process through the Partners in Parks program from being implemented under the old process. We're not looking to reinvent that. It would really be looking forward, how can we make it work more smoothly and involve more people in it? So for next steps, if council would like us to pursue this, we would be developing some details for the potential Partners in Community program, including capital and operating budgets. We would also be taking it forward, the idea forward, through Reimagine Nanaimo Phase 2 and Phase 3 for increased public engagement. And we wanted to let you know that we did have a Zoom session with the neighborhood associations and present a preview, really, a snapshot of this report on April 15th, and did get some feedback from them, some of which will be shared with you through the delegations tonight. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Hemmons first because I asked her to defer her question. So, Councillor Hemmons, your previous question?
I believe it's been answered.
Okay.
I believe it's been answered, but it was actually two parts. The first, just confirming that if a neighborhood association, if we adopt the formal structure that was proposed in the report, if a neighborhood elects not to undergo that process, they still have access to the current PIP program as well as the potential expanded PIP program. And the second part was, I didn't hear much mention of it, but in the report there was discussion of rather than formal neighborhood plans that are longer to produce, doing those 2 to 3 year kind of rapid planning cycles. And if a neighborhood wasn't, if they didn't follow the process laid out, potentially the recommendation, then would they still be welcome to pursue that with staff? Or would that depend on being that kind of legitimate neighborhood association?
I'll start it maybe, and Lisa, you can chime in. For what we've been hearing through phase one, really, of the Reimagine Nanaimo process, is that a lot of the top priorities for neighborhoods have been in public spaces, which is why staff were rethinking that maybe this collaborative approach is a good way to get, whether it's a park or whether it's on a street or a boulevard, to get some actions implemented in the short term. And the way it works currently, you do not have to be part of it, and we would not want to be changing that. There might be 2 or 3 streams and 2 or 3 thresholds of funding.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you, Ms. McDonald. So as I indicated earlier, I'm very familiar with the Partners in Parks program, and I'll take this opportunity to acknowledge the work that Ms. McDonald has done on numerous projects in our city to help create neighborhood parks through the PIP program. We don't often see you in front of our committee or council, so now that you're here, thank you for the work that you do. In my opinion, Partners in Parks is probably one of the most positive and most successful programs that the city has put forward. And we see the results of that all across our city as neighborhood groups work with the city to create something that they want to see in their neighborhood. And it's a response to wishes of a neighborhood or a group of neighbors. And it's a partnership that I think has worked very well. I certainly support the concept of expanding it. I think you've been very wise in acknowledging the long and strong history of volunteerism in our city. Nanaimo has been largely built on the efforts of volunteers, and this program fosters that. And I think it is so important in helping create a sense of space, a sense of place, I should say, and a pride of place, a pride of neighborhood, a pride of city, which goes to the mayor's recommendations from his task force. So I see this as a great opportunity. I do have a question that I know that you can't really answer, but it goes to the budget. And because Partners in Parks has had a very limited, fairly limited budget in the past, it hasn't been possible to do more than maybe 2, 3 projects, depending, during a fiscal year. This could potentially expand the number of projects, expand the financing required, and that will be a consideration that I'm sure you'll have to investigate further, but maybe you could just comment on that.
Sure. You're right, Ian, Councillor Thorpe. Right now, it's $100,000 in our capital plan budget annually for the Partners in Parks program, and we'd be looking at augmenting that. There currently are, I think in attachment C, there's around 50 projects on hold right now. We've had the Partners in Parks program on hold throughout the pandemic, and in the past, it has been a first come, first serve funding that we had available to groups. I think we would be rethinking that. And to be perfectly frank, staff had wanted to rethink the Partners in Parks program for a number of years, and this presents an opportunity really to do that. It's increasing in popularity. There's more groups definitely that want to do good work, and the budget has increased over the last 40 years, but the potential is there certainly, even if it's just focused on parks, there's latent interest, at least in the community, to access funds.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. I have So in attachment D, where we're talking about the various partners and parks programs that have taken place, some of them are in various stages of fundraising. And I'm wondering if that presents a bit of a hurdle that some organizations can't go to, because fundraising is kind of a hard thing to do on the best of days. And I was wondering, if we move to this new program, are we going to be less emphasis on fundraising by the groups and just working with funds available?
That's not the hope. So there's no, it's a partnership, and it really varies with each project and with each neighborhood as to what that threshold of partnership is. The goal is always 50-50. In some cases, it's 60-40, and some it's not. And it really depends on the capacity of the neighborhood often, as well as the need. So staff have looked in the past at what capital investment or what need is really for each of these neighborhoods, and is it something that we already have in our capital plan and we can tweak and have other funding available. So it's been quite unique to every project. Some communities do it as a 50-50 partnership, and it's a very firm number. And so we can look to having that in new criteria, in a new program, but it has varied with each project. But it's always our goal to have it be a 50-50.
And in the 50-50, I remember Fern Park, because I was actually attended that meeting, and they're floundering because of fundraising. But there was community management contributions, significant ones from the Co-op gas station for that particular project. Is that the city's contribution? Because so that would be listed as their contribution?
So in that particular example, in their budget, there was a $20,000 community contribution from a developer through a rezoning application, and then I believe it was an extra $20,000 that they requested through the Partners in Parks capital plan, which was it's the $100,000, so it would have been a fifth of that would go to it on top of the developer amount of $20,000. But it's unique with each site and each project. So we develop a budget that identifies that, and it used to go to our Parks, Recreation, and Culture Commission, and now proposals would go to council. So that process. I think you've seen a few of those, but we haven't had many large-scale capital projects come through within the last couple of years.
And the only reason I raise this is it's a lot like the PACs and the schools, like schools that can fundraise like no tomorrow and have very wealthy parents, have very nice amenities, and smaller areas where they don't have that type of ability to fundraise don't have nice amenities. So it's not quite as fair, I think, as there should be some sort of equity possibly in helping certain neighborhoods out to get over that hurdle. Just an idea. The last thing is on slide 17. All the SECA folks, SECA is a very large organization, does very good work in its community. Unfortunately, that picture is only one SECA member and two opportunistic politicians who happen to show up during an election for a photo bomb. So I just maybe want to grab a different picture in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giselbrecht.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. I really like the idea of the partners and community. I just like thinking of all the different programs like and grant streams that we've proposed, like around restoration, and there's a Partners in Parks, there's another one on tactical urbanism, and I think that stepping back and looking at how we can integrate things more fully with the intention of really leveraging community capacity and initiative. I'm thinking of my experience with the South End Community Association, when there's a group that can meet regularly and is in touch with the community. There's so much opportunity there to, do great things in the neighborhood. And so I look forward to hearing more of this program being fleshed out. And I like the idea of, maybe there's a tiered set of grant streams. Just thinking, some projects may be time limited on a smaller scale and not to limit smaller groups from applying for it. But I think that there is something to be said if, we can support the development of more established neighborhood groups where there is a bit of continuity of meeting and there is a listserv where information can be disseminated, and because of the support that provides the city, that there's an incentive to be easier to apply to grants and different project ideas, and not just sort of like parks and restoration and the tactical urbanism, but also for cultural events, putting on events. And we do have these grants, and folks can apply the OW, but I'm interested to hear more. So thank you.
Okay. We have no more speakers, so thank you very much. I just want to thank you and Mr. Schulberg. That was a very excellent report, extremely thorough and very easy to follow. Well done. Thank you. And now we're going to go to our delegations. We have Mr. Tim McGrath first. Mr. McGrath, you're going to have to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm here to speak to the committee on behalf of the Harewood Neighborhood Association. Harewood is one of the longest standing neighborhood associations in Nanaimo. Essentially, we're here to request council send the report back to staff, not to act on the report. We have some serious concerns. Although the report works closely with the neighborhood associations, 6 of the associations are not being recognized. We believe that the report is being rushed to satisfy somebody's schedule. The report has been released. Check the date. The Zoom meeting was on the 15th. The final report was only available on the 21st of this month, and we've had less than 5 days to try to organize a meeting with our executive, and we have no hope of meeting with our membership. We don't have enough time. The question whether the focus on neighborhoods' operational capacity, is that what council is asking for in public when this started? Go back to check the original request. Well, the city is abandoning the neighborhood plan process, quote, the city has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, countless hours meeting with citizens, thousands of staff hours meeting with community and associations over the last 20 years. It has been a very costly process, no doubt, but we really understand why it's being shelved. What's going to replace it? We have a lot of questions. If the city cannot afford these neighborhood plans, there is no hope in Haiti that the neighborhoods can afford it. We're volunteers. We are a nonprofit, and we have no ability to levy the tax money. Parks and Recreations has been good. Chris Schulberg and Christy have been the best in the city for talking to neighborhoods. However, a recent example is all of the traffic changes going on downtown across from the Hope Center. We hear more massive changes are coming. Changes contrary to the existing plans and studies of the changes that are underway. Offers are being made, significant changes, and without releasing to the public any information, I'm sure City Council is aware. Staff in charge of real estate can brief you. No one has talked to the local association. How much of this city intending to offload? If there's no neighborhood plans, then what? We need a lot of answers before going ahead. I urge council, send this back to the staff, instruct staff to have a face-to-face, a workshop, so both sides can have some feedback, some answers. Rushing this through during COVID is simply wrong. The end is probably 6 months away. Let's wait until this can be done properly. Thank you.
Any questions for the delegation? I do have one. I'm just a little confused, Mr. McGrath, because it's going to go back for a detailed partners community program and budget, and then it's going to come back. So I don't believe this is a done deal yet, unless I'm misunderstanding. What I'm seeing is this is the preliminary report to council, because it's the first preliminary report I've seen. They've given us some things which I understand you're taking some exception to, which is fine. But I don't think this is a done deal. I think this is just, it's the first preliminary report, and we will be getting more. So I don't see where there's, excuse me, I believe there's certainly an opportunity for you to engage more with staff before it comes back for a final decision. And I'm going to look to Ms. Bhopal Singh. Could you please correct me if I'm wrong?
Through the chair to the chair. Yes, that's absolutely right. We're asking if you have an opportunity to give us further direction to pursue these options, which would include also, as well as the neighborhood associations, potentially through Reimagine, checking in with the wider community about how they wish to see themselves represented within neighborhoods as well. So,
Thank you. I see Councillor Geselbrecht.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just a question. I did have a question that Mr. McGrath did raise, just regarding where in the process is sort of a review of the moving from neighborhood plans to a prioritization of specific neighborhood priorities. Yeah, maybe curious a little bit of background on that and just sort of how that's being considered and some background.
okay. Through the chair to Councillor Geselbrecht. What we're looking at here is the fact that we have a wide area of the city that isn't yet covered by neighborhood plans. We have some that have more recent plans, whether it's Harewood or Sika, and those plans are quite up to date, and others that are much older. And one of the challenges we have is we have a limited budget to do neighborhood plans. Sometimes, oh, beg your pardon. I need to be a bit closer here. So what we do know is that for the areas that either may have less, we haven't got to yet, doing priority-based planning is a way of reaching maybe a neighborhood that is less organized, and also checking in on a more frequent basis. So instead of focusing on one neighborhood every few years, we would have an opportunity to go around and speak to, much like the Community Engagement Task Force did back in, I think, 2018, say, what are your top 3 priorities? And whether you have an existing plan, and that's part of the implementation we haven't got to, how do we start rolling that out? So it's not to ignore the recent plans that have been done, but to say going forward, how do we, one of the challenges is we can spend up to 2 years doing one neighborhood plan. Meanwhile, the other neighborhoods are not getting, not that they're not getting attention per se, but the implementation piece is where we tend to fall down, because oftentimes the neighborhood plans are dependent on developers to drive certain projects that are outside of our bigger capital projects. So how can we foster that neighborhood growth in a more timely fashion when things come up? So that could be a neighborhood identifying that they have a special interest in an environmental project, or it's a crosswalk, something that we can prioritize across city departments in a different way on a more frequent timeline. The other thing about doing priority-based planning, it does allow us to help direct community amenity contributions potentially, and give developers a sense of where the community wants to see those funds directed. So in addition to city resources, there's also the potential there for us to explore. So we're just testing the ground with council through the Reimagine process to see what we can do to do things differently with neighborhoods.
Could I have a follow-up?
Follow-up?
Just follow up on that. I understand prioritization-based planning, would allow us to get to the full spectrum of neighborhood associations and identify sort of, 2-3 priorities that would be like to focus on in a 2-3 year period. And I understand that there's been some gaps. We don't have neighborhood plans for still quite a few communities, and some that have been done now, the plan is quite outdated, and our ability to refresh plans so that they're meaningful to guide development is is challenged just by, I guess, capacity to keep up with that. Would we continue, say if we did do the prioritization, would we continue with the neighborhood planning? Has that provided value, and what would happen sort of going forward, sort of with the plans that say have just been recently done that are still quite relevant?
So one thing, and I may turn over to Mr. Lindsay, one opportunity we have is to look at area-based planning. So it wouldn't be that planning stops, but there would be area-based plans that we could do in partnership with bigger developers who are looking at chunks of land. And so we have the opportunity, and we've done with some larger developments that you're familiar with, who are looking at OCP amendments and things like that. We wouldn't stop doing that. However, for the neighborhoods that have the existing plans, we can work with them to see what's a more effective way of implementing them. But for all the areas that haven't been covered yet, just trialing, what would it look like for those areas to try a priority-based planning process, which would be much shorter. It wouldn't take 2 years. It wouldn't have the same amount of staff, resources, and budget. And it's an opportunity to even pilot something and see if that is a more effective way going forward. I don't know if Mr. Lindsay has anything he'd like to add to that.
Through the chair, the only thing I would add is, and absolutely the intent would be to carry on with local area planning. But I would say that our focus and our priorities in recent years have been on town center structure plans and our mobility hubs under our transportation plan. And that's really where we think we need to spend. Once we get through Reimagine, our new OCP, for example, we do not have a Woodgrove town center structure plan. It's an area that we need to invest some time on. We've done areas around the hospital, but we've done downtown. But again, the downtown plan is getting a number of years out since it was last reviewed and updated. So I think a lot of moving forward, staff anyways would see at this point, based on our budgets and capacity, to be looking at those town center and mobility hubs as priority areas.
Mr. Krog?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. McGrath, just a general question. And I'm asking you personally, as someone who's shown interest in civic affairs. Do you lean towards the status quo in terms of how we loosely recognize neighborhood associations, or do you think we should in fact be moving in the direction of requiring some level of regularity, membership, whatever the case may be, along the general lines of the criteria recommended in the staff report?
I'm not suggesting either way. What I'm suggesting is that we talk about it in a lot more detail and get some answers before we start down this road. Very difficult to stop the horse when it gets out of the barn. A good example is, as I was alluding to, the issue with the traffic across from the Hope Center. Rumor has it that there is going to be a very large project in that area, and nobody has even talked to the association. So I question all of these untried ideas. And starting out of the barn is a dangerous precedent. The city without long-term planning is going to, as we have already seen, destroy much of our history and our heritage. Working on 2 to 3 year city council schedules. We need some long-term planning. And if you haven't got the money as the city, I can tell you the associations certainly don't have it.
Councillor Hemmons?
Directly through to Mr. McGrath, but I do want to follow up on something Councillor Geselbrock said, and that's that the recommendations came through as two. So one is kind of that formalizing neighborhood associations, and the second is the expansion of the PIP program. And I think this piece around the new planning process is actually a really important one, and I would like to see staff go into more detail when it comes back, and also just recognizing that the expansion of that PIC program sounds amazing because that's putting money into people's hands to build the communities they want to build. However, if it's challenging the planning process, we might have to have a slightly different conversation. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. McGrath? And thank you very much, Mr. Graff, and thank you for the time you put into the Harewood Neighborhood Association. It is appreciated by all. Next on my list, I have Mr. Barry Lysing. I hope I said that correct. Releasing.
Lysing, correct. Mayor and Council, I'm Barry Lysing, 3232 Hammond Bay Road, Chair of Stevenson Point Neighborhood Association, which staff tells us is the largest neighborhood association with over 400 addresses on our mail list. This is the first time in 20 years since the completion of our neighborhood plan that SPNA has chosen to speak to council. To a point that was just recently brought up, our association has never laid any claim to representing residents at any city council meeting regarding development applications or such. What we do is refer the information to the residents and help any group, pro or con, make a presentation to council. Anyway, we're here to ask that you defer a decision on this report, and like Tim has said, ask for it to be sent back to staff for corrections and refinement. Regarding the criteria governing neighborhood associations, SPNA has always done what the staff is proposing. But in the course of seeking for clarification on whether our practice of meeting as issues arise, warrant, or progress meets the proposed requirement for regular meetings, staff replied that the criteria was meant for neighborhood associations who applied for a grant. And we agree that makes sense. But if that's the intent, then why is this not simply a reference for directing neighborhood associations to the criteria governing any group applying for a grant, be they ad hoc, PIP, neighborhood association, or other? So it seems that the recommendation is more written to govern or accredit the existence of neighborhood associations, full stop. So we think there needs to be some more focus within the report. Regarding the PIC formation, I couldn't agree more that PIP is being very positive, and thank you to Kirsty and Parks. SPNA gives conditional support to the PIC, but staff themselves say there is little meat on the bone on which to react. So we need more detail, especially as it regards streets and mobility, play, wellness. This isn't part of Kirsty or Parks' issue, but disappointingly, the report only discusses how this one department, Parks, would support and engage neighborhood associations. And staff have not provided us any evidence of any discussion with any other departments like transportation, operations, or development approvals. That's critical to us as our plan is identified 3 priorities, all of them falling outside the jurisdiction of community planning or parks. Lastly, for Stevenson Point, we find that there's many factual errors attributed to us. We have passed on a long list of those points to staff separately, and I'm confident they agree. But one example is the report attributes large areas, specifically naming 7 streets and 6 parks to Stevenson Point and our association, all of which are sometimes up to kilometers outside of our boundary. And that's not a small oops for us, because the report leaves a public record that falsely presents to residents of those areas that Stevenson Point Neighborhood Association has in the past, or is now, or in the future, has been selective about residents and issues and whether we're engaging with them or responding to them. And we think that that's an elementary error that is unacceptable for a report that is assessing our organizational capacity to engage and respond to residents. So thank you very much, and we would ask that it be sent back to staff for strategic revision and wider consultation and important corrections. Thanks.
Any questions for the delegation? Not seeing any. Thank you for your points, and again, thank you also for your service to your neighborhood and the community. Next on our list is Sharon L. Colford. Ms. Colford?
Hey. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. The intent of the report, as I understood it, was to come up with options for city recognition, support, and engagement of neighborhood associations. However, the only option presented here is a prescription for neighborhoods to comply to a set of rules and then offer up a veiled threat for those who do not comply. The report in no way articulates how the city will offer support and engage positively with the citizens in all neighborhoods, nor does it indicate if staff has the desire or the mechanisms to enforce these new policies. For me, right from the start, it seems like a negative form of engagement. Codification of the neighborhood groups creates more bureaucracy, which doesn't really resolve anything, and it will create more problems whether or not the groups are structured or not. However, according to this particular report, conflicts within or between associations is a rarity. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. There is no empirical evidence that demonstrates these edicts will be beneficial. For the past 3 decades, concerned citizens of from the Westwood Lake area have worked on a variety of civic matters. They have established 2 new zones, ensured that all recreational vehicle owners were taxed accordingly, added a neighborhood park with parkways, helped acquire additional land for Westwood Lake, and pushed for a nature park zone for it, participated in a tree planting program, had the highest attendance in the Reimagine Nanaimo Zoo meeting lately, and lastly, we also lobbied to stop the condominiums from being developed on Westwood Lake. These residents are the stewards of this jewel in the crown of Nanaimo. And all this was done without the benefit of being organized under any form of regulation as suggested. Does this make this ad hoc group a lesser creature? I think not. This new deal will not make engagement any better. Furthermore, the statement that neighborhood groups that do not supply the above criteria will not be provided the same level of support or recognized as providing representational views of their neighborhood until they meet those criteria is an affront to all of us. This 2-tiered approach to community engagement is discriminatory and divisive. I'm not sure, in fact, it's legal. Supposedly, the neighborhoods are the vital building blocks of our community and are valued for their role in community planning process. But not all of them have the same interests or issues. Some are quite willing to form societies or operate as a hybrid, while others are issue-driven. While council shouldn't be lumping these groups into the same mold, they need to recognize that not everyone wants to maintain a structure. They want to respond to an event and go back to their daily lives. For smaller groups or issue-based ones, this kind of regimentation takes precious time away from their goal, which is to work through their problems. Out of the 27 neighborhood groups that are listed within this report, 7 are no longer actively engaged. Why is this? 6 groups will no longer be formally recognized if this option is implemented. Why? It appears that Nanaimo really needs to work on getting more people involved and not trying to disenfranchise those who already are. If we follow these recommendations as listed, almost half of the building blocks of our city will not be at the table. How is this supportive or engaging? Vancouver, which is one of the most celebrated cities in the world, does not require any formal standards for neighborhood groups in order to be recognized at the table. Currently, there are 4 parties who participate in the business and development of the city. 3 of those groups are paid: council, staff, and developers. Unfortunately, the citizens who volunteer their time to advocate not only for themselves, but for their local areas are not paid. The recommendation suggests that the most taxed group, in both in time and funds, must be then forced to work overtime to comply to an arbitrary set of rules, while others, especially developers, have no such criteria. Neighborhood groups should be independent of city's bureaucracy. They are not paid civil servants. So who does city and council recognize? The answer is simple: everyone. Organizational criteria will not make this better, nor counting out how many residents that stand in front of you waving their banners, nor will a heavy-handed approach to recognition add more value to the engagement process. You, as council members, need to focus on the merit of the points brought forward to you by any group and all groups, and act accordingly. As a community, we are supposed to be inclusive and accept diversity. Given we are in the middle of a pandemic, our focus should be on helping the city get through that, not adding more bureaucratic rules of engagement to our community at this time, especially when everything really has been functioning fairly well. I'm asking you to set aside this report, reconvene when the epidemic is under control, and only then can we fully engage with the citizens in this matter. Thank you very much for your time. Now, I'd like to do a shout out to the Public Works. This weekend, they ended up fixing something at Westwood Lake in a matter of under an hour. They were awesome, so I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for acknowledging the hard work of staff and for your work as well. Do we have any questions of the delegation?
I do.
Councillor Hemmons, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you.
No, sorry, I took you off.
Thank you for your thoughts, Ms. Kofod. I'm curious, the reference to Vancouver not needing any or not having any formal recognition of their neighborhood associations, do you know if you can access funding through the City of Vancouver if you aren't recognized in any way?
I do not know, and that's something perhaps that the staff report should add into. But I don't know whether or not they need it or want it.
Okay, thank you. And one more question through to staff. If these recommendations go forward and those 6 current community associations who do not fit the criteria, have we asked them their opinion on this? Like, do we know, sorry, I can be maybe a bit more articulate. Do we have confirmation that they would disband? Have they?
No, well, some of the groups that are here in the delegation form are these sort of in that red category we had on that chart I had. So a couple of them have made their concerns known, definitely. Others haven't. And yeah, your second question?
Nope, that was it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have one for you, Ms. Schoberg. So would it be fair to say that when you're looking from number 1, points A to F, this is more for if people want to access funding from the city versus just be organized as an association? Like, is that the difference between it? Because I understand what the delegations are saying, because I know for myself, like our Parkwood Association, it's very loosely done, and it's done via, but we work on the park, we've got a list for who goes and mows, all that kind of stuff. So that would not exist either according to the definition. So that's why I'm just wondering if that definition is more for funding than just for being recognized as an association.
You gonna go?
Do you want me to take? No, maybe I'll pass it over.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'd like to start through the chair to council. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that this report is in response to direction from council that arose due to, I think, various conversations with neighborhood groups who were having challenges and asking staff and council to mediate when there was more than one group in a neighborhood based on either issues or other pieces. So just a reminder to council that this is our attempt to come back and meet that request. And then in terms of the report before you, the ideas are again related to that around if we currently don't have criteria and then groups are asking us, maybe one or more groups are saying we represent the neighborhood, how do we have a role in that? Does council want us to have a role in that? And so this criteria is what staff thought would be a minimum level. And it's not just for grants. It is actually more related to a group saying that they represent their neighborhood and then respond on behalf of their neighborhood to different development referrals, and providing some clarity around our expectations around that if a group is saying that they do represent. In terms of grants, the Partners in Parks program or Partners in Community program, as Ms. McDonald was saying, the intent is to carry it on in the spirit of the current program, where because we allocate the resources, we don't hand it over to a group per se. The resources, while directed by the community in partnership, wouldn't require any group to have a nonprofit status. Now, if council wants to look at options like some municipalities where money is handed over, then that's a whole other question. And our grant programs do require nonprofits, including neighborhood associations that receive funding, to have registered nonprofit status. So that's again, separate to what we're proposing with the partners and community process. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity for council.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question for the delegation. And first of all, in the interest of disclosure, I will comment that Ms. Kofed and I are acquaintances from many, many years ago. So it's good to see you, Ms. Kofed, and I hope you're doing well. My question...
Sadly, and I cannot see you.
I know on that basis that you'll take my question and comments with good humor, because my question to you is, are you appearing here representing yourself as an individual, or are you in fact representing the Westwood Lake Neighborhood Association?
I am representing myself.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that goes to, I think, the reason for this report being requested by council, because sometimes we get individuals coming and claiming to represent a group. And you referenced, in fact, you said that council should focus on the merits of points that are brought forward by groups. If we don't know that these people are legitimately representing a group, it makes it difficult for us to make good decisions. I think that's one of the main intents of what we're trying to do here. I appreciate your comments. I'm not sure that I accept all of them, but in any case, thank you for appearing.
Okay, thanks, Ian.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you. Less so much of a question. I think actually Mr. Councilor Thorpe and I agree on this thing and have since the beginning as far as I'm concerned. To me, I understand Ms. Popelsing's comments there. This is coming from us, and it's specifically for that reason it's coming from us, is so that when we have something in front of us in terms of a building permit, a variance, or an OCP amendment, is that if it's coming with the tagline belonging to this association, we can be clear that this association represents X amount of people, and that is their joint opinion. And because they've done it through meetings and various other things. And we've had those in the past, and they've been very well documented and very good, especially the Old City Quarter people are very good at this sort of thing, and Seeker for that matter. So I think that's what we're kind of trying to do here, is to figure out how can we legitimize those so that when they do come from in front of council, that they do represent a significant amount of people, as opposed to an organization that is saying they represent people but has never met with anybody in the neighborhood ever. So that's where I'm going from.
So are you looking?
So
what are you looking for? A number? Are you looking for a number, or are you looking for a process, a number, a quantification according to those rules? Now, I think Alderman Armstrong, I think what you said or said before was one of the groups. I think it was Park Avenue indicated that they voted not to go this route. So how would you work with that group?
And in my particular case, I'd be voting for looking for a process that is encompassing to many citizens in the group in the neighborhood, and so that we can go back and say, okay, I've made my decision on this particular choice as a councillor, and I'm basing it on the fact of this report from this organization or this newsletter from this organization. But at the very same time, individuals who are affected by the reports or the issues in front of council are more than welcome to come forward as a delegation. I'm just looking for a way to put a face or a weight onto a report or a presentation by an organization. That's what we're kind of doing here.
So if they brought, say, 1,000, if they brought 1,000, a survey with 1,000 people, that would be representative of that group?
No, what I'm trying to say is that if the group is meeting on a regular basis, as is outlined in the report, it's meeting on a regular basis, comes forward with minutes, meets regularly with their members, things along those lines as an executive. And then I know that the matters that they're dealing with there. If you wish to come forward with a petition with names signed on it, I will certainly also look at it as a petition with names signed on it and the clarity of that it would hold as well. I'm just looking for a way to legitimize organizations that come in front of council saying they represent a neighborhood, and it's just, how do they prove that? And that's I think what what we're looking for here.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. What I also have is you could have a neighborhood group and not everybody agrees on every situation. So how are you going to work on that one? So I've heard of some neighborhood situations where some people have come forward and they strongly disagree with what the groups have said and presented to you. And so that person would then come forward to council at a particular meeting and say, well, you know, I don't agree. And how are we going to deal with that situation? And as I said in my presentation, just because you have a structure does not mean you all agree. And council well knows that because they all stand there and you don't always agree on the same subject. So I kind of question that. And it makes it more difficult for some groups just to do that.
I'm just going to interject here because now we're starting to get into debate, and that's not what our process is.
Yeah,
So-
that's fine. That's fine.
So I totally
Sorry.
appreciate what you're saying, and I understand what Councillor Bonner's saying is because we've had examples of that where an association has said we were totally opposed, and we find out only 2 were opposed, but 12 weren't for the sake of argument. So we're going to leave it at that for now, if that's okay.
Thanks.
And I'm going to, do you have another?
No,
Yeah.
no more
And I'm going
questions.
to move on to Councillor Gasselbruck.
Through you, Chair, just one comment on this. I do like to make sure that the intent of any changes that we may make does help support the development of neighborhood associations. And I think, you know, there's the whole granting end of things, but also just in terms of input on development in the community. My hope is that with an established association where we know that there's a membership list and that there is some level of accountability in terms of just documenting meetings, that it's a reliable place to be able to engage in the development process so that information can be relayed to the neighborhood association, and we know that it will be disseminated to the list of members that will get that information and then can be engaged in the development process, regardless of what position the association takes on the development. It's more like an additional conduit to be able to get information out and receive feedback. And also, you know, in cases where I think for a developer as well, a lot of times there is meetings with the neighborhood association beforehand, and it's an opportunity for the community to have a say in the actual process of putting together the development package, and it's a strengthening force for the community. And so if we can develop more of those and have an established system in place, I think that there's just more benefit. But it's setting it up so that we can support neighborhood associations to become established and be able to, you know, reliably know that we can provide information and have that shared amongst the membership.
Thank you. So thank you very much. And then we're going to move on to our next delegation. Robin Winkler, please.
Hello there, and thank you for this opportunity to address you regarding your proposal for the imposed neighbourhood association legitimisation criteria. I'm appearing as a 30-plus year member of the Westwood Lake Neighbourhood Group, a vibrant, well-established group that has served its residents well when needed, despite the absence of the arbitrary rules. We have volunteered and dedicated our time and energy in our sense of duty to our neighbourhood and community without receiving remuneration or any project funding of any kind. We have seen numerous Plan Nanaimo, official community plans and reimaginations come and go, replaced by moving goalposts for new development approvals. I view the group as flexible and issue-driven, and it's one of our strengths, resulting in better staff interaction without the obstacles of having to exist in a homogenized, approved fashion. There has never been any problems with less formalized representation. The only objection has come from property developers who don't live in the neighbourhood and are not held to the standard intended to be imposed upon us. You are asking us to choose between being independent and disempowered or compliant and ignored. I do not believe the concept of formalization of neighborhood groups is fair or democratic. For almost 35 years, we have faced issues, had support from staff, and presented at council without bias or discrimination. Please continue to show respect for our time and dedication and our own assessment of what organizational structure works best for our community goals. Please postpone any further pursuit of this purity you're looking for until more extensive consultations with the neighborhoods and representatives, and certainly after COVID. You want us to imagine Nanaimo, reimagine Nanaimo? We ask you to reimagine this. Thank you.
Any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, and thank you also for the work you do. And we'll move on to our last delegate, Nancy Mitchell, please.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and thank you, Council, for listening to us all today. I've been rearranging my presentation as I've been listening to all the other people talking around the table. And I guess I first have to say I'm speaking on behalf of the Newcastle Community Association. And we're probably that rare once in 30-year occasion in Nanaimo where there has been problems between community associations and who represents who. And I guess I can say right now on behalf of Newcastle Community Association that we now have an organization that meets the criteria and has annual general meetings and has an election and has a membership. We didn't have that for 10 years. So most of the people in this community didn't have anyone speaking for them, didn't even know what they were saying. So on that basis, our concern about this report is that it doesn't address much of what we've been talking about in the last 20 or 30 minutes, which is how we engage with the city on development applications, the official community plan, rezoning, transportation projects, building sidewalks, whatever, crosswalks. Mayor Krogh indicated that he wanted cogent and useful information from communities about development applications. What we're asking for is a better system where we can provide you that information. At the moment, we're ending up butting heads at council when a community isn't involved in a project from the very beginning, and developers are left spending money for a year and a half against something that the neighborhood has no desire for, and it doesn't meet with our neighborhood plan. I could go on and on, for example, about 250 Terminal, where we as a neighborhood association have provided to staff and also to BC Housing our criteria for what we think is a development that would fit with our community. We've been waiting since last November for BC Housing to come back with a proposal. We understand it's in process, but we as a community association are only listening and hearing rumors about what it might entail and what the size might be and what it might actually look like. Rumors is not how we want to be involved in the development process. And not only that, the report recommends that it takes away neighborhood plans. And neighborhood plans are the one document that we have that gives us some vision and direction and a basis for evaluating projects as they come forward. And it's being replaced by a proposed PIC program, which I don't think anyone asked for, and which, although money is always nice to have, we're not quite sure whether it's actually going to be useful or not in the future. It's taken us a year to actually get block watch signs in our community, and we paid for those ourselves back in June 2020. And I can think that it's not going to give us much confidence in a program going forward if we can't even get block signs within a timely matter. Our bottom line here is that, as others have said, that we think this report should go back to the drawing board. The kind of discussion that we're having today is the discussion that we should have had prior to this report ever being thought of by staff and by council. this is what we've been looking for, and thought that we would have today was an interesting workshop type of approach about how we want to engage with the city and how the city wants to engage with us, and how we need to modify our processes in the upcoming official plan, whatever Reimagine Nanaimo is going to provide in the way of processes. How is that going to work? It's all of that kind of discussion, and I wouldn't like to see this come back to anyone without this kind of discussion taking place with staff, with neighborhood associations, and with councillors. So I guess finally, the report is premature. We have to answer these questions about how we are going to engage ourselves and how you are willing to engage us. And we need to know today, what is the plan going forward? Is this particular report going to go to council with some kind of decision? Is it going to be referred back to staff so that staff can then undertake a real workshop type of approach to how we're going to identify these problems and resolve them? I guess that's what we would like to know, or I would like to know at the end of this session, as to what is going to be the next step with this report. Finally, I can just only reiterate that this is premature. We haven't had an opportunity even to identify the problems, let alone the solutions. And we ask you to kind of just put this aside and think about how we're going to answer those questions first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. I don't see any questions, so I'll say I agree with a lot of the points you're saying, but that was the whole purpose of this GPC meeting, was to start the conversation. And a lot of times the conversation starts because of reports, and then we as council listen to the feedback, and then we'll enter into our debate, as you know, and then we'll go from there. But I really appreciate the time that you all took, and thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell, also for the work you're doing. I know that it's been trying in that area, especially when you have two competing different groups, so thanks again. So, open it up to discussion for council now. Sorry, Ms. Gurry?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the delegation portion is over, but I would suggest that we leave them on here so they can hear your debate and discussion in the next steps. So there's no more opportunity to speak, but you can stay on the Zoom meeting because it's live and hear the council discussion.
And I'll go to Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite tending to agree with the delegates who have presented so far, and I'm quite happy with the recommendations of staff on the makeup of neighborhood associations. What's missing though here is our part. Like, how are we going to react? If you decide to go down this route, what do you get out of it? And I think that's the part missing, and I can't speak for everyone on the thing, but that's what I'm hearing from the delegation so far is that part is missing, right? So if an association does go down this route, does get formalized, has meetings, executive, all that sort of stuff, what do they get out of it? Like, how will things change in terms of how we interact with them and how they interact with staff? So if that's coming in the next step, I'd be fine with voting with what we have here right now, but I'm just not sure where that is in the process. So I guess that would be a question for staff.
Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think it's probably a good opportunity just to clarify the motion in the report, and I think it goes to what Councillor Bonner's speaking of as the next step. So, and I just want to go back to what staff were responding to in our minds anyways. Really, the first question was from council, or at least our interpretation of it was, when a neighborhood group comes to council and speaks, how do we know who they're representing? And that's a question I've heard from this council. Many of you speak to this afternoon. I've heard it from you collectively when we've had this topic last year, and I've heard it from councils in the past who've always kind of struggled with that question. So really, the first question we were trying to answer is just try to bring some structure around that to say that if you're speaking to council, and I think many of you have articulated it well, if you're there speaking on behalf or against the development application, that at least we know you've had some kind of vetting or input from the neighborhood to weigh that. So council's motion today, you can really think of it, the draft in the report is really broken down into two areas. One is, if you want to formalize groups and have some structure around them, here's some very basic criteria that I think staff have presented, have put forward. It doesn't preclude a neighborhood from following an informal path and just having an association they themselves could come to council from time to time. But in terms of if council, or sorry, if I should say the committee, if the committee this afternoon approved that, then the next step would be yes to go to council, where that would presumably be up for consideration to be ratified. The second part of the recommendation deals more with that part of the program that we think needs to be fleshed out further, and just in principle is council supportive of looking at this expansion of this, what has been a really successful, I think many of you spoke to it, as the, in my opinion too, is the Partner in Parks program for the city. Is there an opportunity to expand that? And I think those are the things we need to go away and would talk more about with the community about how that gets expanded and how community groups would tap into it, and what would be the criteria for that project, for example. But I just wanted to provide some clarity on next steps if council went ahead with the recommendation. I think there's obviously other options available. We didn't put them in the report, but there's always that option to refer items back to staff if council or the committee wishes to do that. Though I would hope for some kind of guidance about what areas you would wish us to focus on in those discussions.
Councillor Bonner, one more.
Just to follow up, so for my own clarification here, is that going to be part of the partners, the PIC program that we're looking to develop? And most of the comments I'm hearing from today is regarding developments that take place in neighborhoods as opposed to neighborhoods making parks. So as part of that, would we be looking at a formalized process for a neighborhood association that has followed this criteria in terms of our development processes for neighborhoods and that sort of thing, and development permits coming in, OCP amendments, that sort of thing? Is that going to be fleshed out in that second part?
Your Worship, and I might just get some of the staff who've been working on this more closely to answer. I can give you Mr. Schulberg, maybe if you don't mind participating in this conversation. But my understanding is that at least our intent was that this was really more, to be honest, for council, so that when you had a group present to you, you knew whether they were a group that was meeting a criteria or not. Other neighborhood groups, we could still share with them development proposals and applications, and they could decide to come forward. It's just they may not be recognized group when they spoke to council. But I don't know if Ms. Bolpolsing or Mr. Schulberg want to add to that just for clarity.
What I can say to Councillor Bonner is in the official community plan, there is wording about referrals of development permit and rezoning applications and even official community plan amendments. Mainly with regard to rezoning development permits, the wording talks about notification of a neighborhood association. So certainly that can still be done. It's the question of whether you will, some of the times the neighbor group then would want to provide input to you. Whether you accept that or not might depend on whether they have the structure or not that you would like to see to know that they're representative of a particular area. So, but I guess with regard to referral of information will still be referred to groups that exist out there, and whether they're structurally organized or not, or informal. OCP amendments, that's a sort of a different animal. Basically, there was, it's a bit, things have changed with regard to the structure we have for advisory committees. There used to be a plan and IMO advisory committee where there's wording that says up to 3 members of a neighborhood association would be brought to the table with the advisory committee at that point in time. This was a few years ago, and they would be part of the discussion that happens over recommendation to council on the amendment. So that's a different, we're kind of got a different structure going now. So that's obviously something we'll be addressing in the reimagined and IMO process and the update of the official community plan to find either that'll be, there'll probably be new wording around that ultimately. Not sure what this point, what that would be, but basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is there would still be referral to the 20 or so known groups out there as far as information purposes, but when it comes to them providing input to you, this structure would obviously have a bearing in your consideration, I would imagine. That's because you've been asking, this has been the concern of councils in the past, whether they have that organizational structure that's representative of a neighborhood, or at least more likely to be representative of a neighborhood.
Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bonner kind of hit the nail on the head for me. I'm thinking that the community groups or the neighborhood associations don't quite see the value proposition in that we're trying to say, if we ask you for information on a development and you give us feedback, we need to know that that feedback is coming on behalf of a certain number of people, or et cetera. You've done some consultation. But I think the communities or the neighborhoods are saying, whether we're an association or not, we already do that, but we have no guarantee that council's going to hear us. And I think that's kind of fundamentally, we can't really resolve that with policy. That's unfortunately politics. And I think, so in terms of legitimizing the neighborhood associations, I'm hearing lots of different things. I'm kind of on the fence. I came in really liking this report. I really appreciate it. I'm definitely interested in exploring the expansion of that, the Partners in Parks program to a broader kind of community development. But I think if we go forward, we need to have some clarity for neighborhood associations that when you engage, this is the level of, this is what you can expect from council. You can't expect certain decisions. You can't, if you have the ability to come forward and say, I oppose this development, that's not, because you're an official community association, council doesn't necessarily follow that. But I'm hearing that there's some middle ground. So whether that's being really clear with neighborhood associations that these are the processes that happen when an OCP amendment is in your neighborhood, or et cetera, et cetera. And perhaps that's a question for staff. When this meeting took place, did we have a sense that the neighborhood associations had an understanding of the process of how to be engaged with council on their decision making? It's a bit of a generic question.
Okay. Through the chair to the committee. I think that, well, not all neighborhood associations participated or responded, and some of that may be related to the capacity that Mr. Schulberg has pointed out to you in terms of the different levels of organization structure. And one of the opportunities you have today is this report, just to be clear, has a recommendation that if council goes with that, the first part would see you move towards council to adopt those governance priorities. You do have the option of having that conversation go back to the community and also neighborhood associations for more engagement, and us come back to you again with that. And then the other piece is around the process. I think that we are also looking for a little bit of guidance from you. Because one of the challenges is the staff will put, in the current situation, will put feedback that's received from a neighborhood association, whether it follows any kind of structure or not, and that's in the staff reports. And then that guidance, it's kind of up to council what role and what weight they put that feedback in. So it's not for you to necessarily answer, but it's one of the things that we're wrestling with, is how we can put forward, as we continue to do, here's the feedback received from the neighborhoods, and if you want criteria, then here's the feedback that's come in from a recognized group that follows the following structure and has an organized membership, and you have that knowledge and certainty that the group is following that, but it still comes down to what's the process, what role do you see them having? And so we're wrestling with that. And I think, as Mr. Lindsay said, this is something that's come up every maybe 5-10 years with the city, I'm not sure. And there's been conversations like this, and neighborhood associations have said, nope, leave us alone, let us govern ourselves, don't put any criteria on us. And just to be clear, there's also something called the Nanaimo Neighborhood Network, and that is an organization that while we support in terms of providing maybe space for them to meet, we do not interfere with their governance. So their criteria for recognizing neighborhoods is quite separate to this conversation, and how they govern themselves, again, is quite separate. So I think with that, I'll pause.
If I may just summarize my thoughts on this. So where I'm currently approaching this from is that I appreciate the legitimacy, because when a big OCP amendment is on the table, I give weight to a neighborhood association that I know has some structure and has some history and has a process for engaging with their neighbors to come to an opinion that is then presented at council. So I really appreciate that. It doesn't make me dismiss organizations that don't have that, not at all. But there is an element of legitimacy that it is lent to it. Personally, I love the expansion of the potential expansion of the PIP program. I'm hearing that it doesn't preclude smaller groups or less formal groups from engaging in planning activities. There's no change to the fact that we cannot give money to organizations who do not have society status. I heard that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but where I'm kind of struggling is that we are talking a lot about how this works for council and not as much how this works for the neighborhoods. So again, it goes back to that value proposition. If we're going to ask our neighborhood associations to follow this structure so we can feel that their feedback is legitimate or legitimized in some greater way, then what's in it for them? And at this point, it's kind of unclear to me. So those are my thoughts.
Councilor Geselbrecht?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. The neighborhood network, the Nanaimo Neighborhood Network is one sort of organizational function that I'm curious about and wondering if there's opportunity to be able to enhance what it's been able to do. My understanding that any neighborhood association, self-defined, can join and be part of that meeting. And I'm curious if that is a place that we could provide additional support to help neighborhood groups build their capacity so that they can take on more and maybe be more involved in providing feedback in the development process and have that legitimacy. Is there a way to support that network, and has that conversation been had?
Through the chair to Councillor Geselbrecht, that conversation hasn't been had with the neighborhood network, and I know that Mr. Lysing's is one of the delegations today. One of the challenges has been capacity for that organization in terms of who governs, who chairs, and we asked to be invited to their meetings. We'll support them like pre-COVID with having space to meet, but we have not in the past had any role in how they govern themselves. That being said, as a structure, it's a very useful organization when they have their meetings to ask to be on their agenda to communicate out to all the neighborhoods instead of meeting with them individually to share the same information. So for example, we would have done presentations from Reimagine Nanaimo, staff from other departments might share information about things that they want feedback on. But the challenge becomes again is the criteria. So if you're getting feedback from the Nanaimo Neighborhood Network, again, what's their governance structure? And if you're taking that piece, it's the same questions that you might ask right now about the neighborhood associations individually. And so they may have a very different criteria or none. And so it's some of the things I can't answer that question. And right now, I don't believe there's a formal chair of the Nanaimo Neighborhood Network. So again, it's a sort of a governance piece that they're figuring out.
Right. No, these are good points. I think that it could be a structure that could have an enhanced effect on being able to empower communities. And I think, all these questions does roll back to governance. And I know that there's, can be a perception of increased bureaucracy, but also, why, there's a city governance structure is just for accountability and the ability to say that you're able to represent what you represent, and I think that is an important consideration.
Through the chair to Councillor Geselbrecht, if I might speak again to the committee, one of the things that we did look at, and in some municipalities, they actually do require registered nonprofit status in order to provide capacity funding to neighborhoods. And so we felt we would present something less onerous to you. However, if council wants to look at that capacity building in a more formalized way, that's one route and one option that we could look at. And there are examples of that across Canada, where in return for having a certain formalized level of organization, including the rigor of being a nonprofit, neighborhoods are provided a stipend in order to manage their affairs. And so again, we felt based on the information we'd received through the questionnaire that might be too onerous. However, that is an option for council to consider and direct us to explore further.
Councillor Martman?
Thank you. I'll pass.
Councillor Thorpe?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I guess, and I know there's no motion on the table right now. I basically support the recommendations. I appreciate the comments that we've heard from the delegations and in our discussion. I had to note the irony, though, that the comment was made that we should be going back and getting more input from the neighborhood associations, when what in fact we're trying to do through this report is to clarify what exactly are the groups that are legitimate neighborhood associations that we can get feedback from. So to me, that's the main focus of this. It's simply to establish basic criteria of what constitutes a neighborhood association or a group that wants to speak on behalf of a neighborhood. That, for me, is what this is about. And again, there's nothing to stop individuals coming forward and speaking as individuals. I guess the opposite approach would be to simply say, well, let's not recognize any neighborhood associations. Maybe that would simplify things. We'll just allow individuals to come forward and give their individual opinions. But I think to answer the question, what's in this for the neighborhoods, the answer is a bigger collective voice. If we can identify that, yes, Group A legitimately speaks for a neighborhood through this basic criteria, then that gives them, I think, a stronger voice and probably a bigger clout when it comes to having their opinion considered at this table. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. As a first-time speaker, I'm going to speak now. For myself, to me, it's neither here nor there. I look at it, if it's an issue that's really big to a neighborhood, they're all going to come out if they're against it. If I don't hear people coming out against it, then I'm not that concerned about it, because people will speak against things, they usually don't speak for things. The second point is, you could have a neighborhood association that has 20 people, and there's 200 people in the neighborhood, so those 20 people are taking it upon themselves to speak for the 200, because not everybody knows about the association, so how do we get out the word that you should join these? That's one issue I have. The second issue I have is, I very much like what Mr. Lysing said, which is they don't take a role in that. What they do is they take the information and they send it out to the association, and then they help people craft their reply, yay or nay. So therefore, you're getting a more accurate representation from individuals instead of just, we had a situation where we did get an opinion from a neighborhood association, and we found out it hadn't even gone out to the neighborhood association, even though they fit all that criteria. So that's a very concerning for me. So for me, where I see the neighborhood associations is really like doing the improvements in the neighborhoods and the areas. When it comes to developments, which I know that's what brought this question back to staff, is like how many people belong. Whether it's irrelevant to me, to be quite honest, because if it's important enough, people are going to say, no, I don't want it, or they're going to send me an email or saying, yes, I do. So those are my thoughts, and I'll go to first-time speaker, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. Yeah, lots of interesting commentary. I guess when it comes down to when we first talked about this idea, Reimagine Nanaimo was just kicking off, and I felt some urgency then to discuss this and really determine how that engagement process would connect with neighborhood associations. With Reimagine definitely proceeding, and I'm not saying there hasn't been engagement with the neighborhood associations at all, but I see less urgency now to sort out some of that are what I thought was the original intention there by visiting this. So I like a lot what's in the staff report, but I'm also, what's being said by some of the delegations is also resonating, and not feeling the sense of urgency that maybe I felt a year ago. And when we've talked about this previously, I do wonder if, well, I don't wonder, I sort of believe here that I would rather people feel on board with the process and have ownership of the process and feel really involved. Maybe not under no illusions that at the end of that, everyone would be on board with any recommendations that proceed, but I'm just thinking here there probably is further conversation that does need to be workshopped and a little bit more of a inclusive process if we are to make the wholesale changes or changes. I am very supportive of also figuring out how we do support neighborhood associations. Councillor Gesselbrock and I were on a call this morning with some work that Amsterdam was doing. It was really neat to hear about some of how they're able to empower communities and some of its funding and some of its other items. And there was a synergy there between the city's goals and the neighborhood's goals. So I think there's lots to discuss, and I would be in favor of having that workshop at a later date. If in person is better, but I used to think that, and then the city put on such a wonderful digital workshop that now I'm just like all about that as well. So I think we can do it. Like I said, I'm not feeling the urgency that I once felt as Reimagine Nanaimo has proceeded. So I don't think I would support the recommendations today as written. Not that I don't think maybe there's a lot there that I would support. I just think at this point it would benefit from some further conversation with those that are actually neighborhood associations and including council in on that discussion. And yeah, anyways, I'm rambling now, but that's my thoughts.
Thank you. We're going to go to Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just trying to grapple with my own mind what next steps, process, options that council has, and I guess there's a myriad of them, but number one is to accept the staff recommendation and use this as a guideline for dealing with inputs or interactions with neighborhood associations. The second is receive, and really sort of receive for information and defer or put it into a future meeting or a process that's down the road. So it's just receive. You still have the benefit of all this information, so that if you do get this input during any time during your term or beyond, this is all still useful information that you've received, and you can use that as a filter to determine some of the feedback that you're getting. I guess the third is being more proactive. You can receive and direct that staff be directed to engage more, that you want to set up a workshop or a GPC workshop. Of course, it's been all difficult and awkward, and I think a lot of people have to have a lot of patience now with the COVID scenario, so it's made it less effective and efficient to do this, and that's one of those lingering pieces that we do have for the next foreseeable future, is that it's harder to engage. Nonetheless, you could receive and direct that there be more work, not only on the part of staff, but ask that the neighborhood associations and the parties that are here too understand that there's an expectation and there could be more work done by them that would be received by council at a future date. So is it accept as more or less as is, and then it would go on to council, or is it receive with no immediate action, more like along the lines I think that Councillor Brown was indicating at this time. And then the third is receive and direct some future activity to take place. So that is informing staff what kind of level of attention this gets over the foreseeable future. So there's kind of different ways to go. And I think staff would, and probably the delegations would like to know where this sits in terms of that spectrum.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mayor Krogh as first-time speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm quite surprised at the amount of debate around this. We're now 2 hours and 7 minutes into the afternoon, and I appreciate that not all of the delegations are speaking on behalf of their neighborhood associations. They're speaking as individuals, but as Councillor Brown indicated, there doesn't appear to be a rush. I'd certainly be prepared to move a motion that this be referred back to staff to prepare a summary of, once the minutes of this meeting are prepared, that the minutes and the report to council, if it hasn't already been circulated to the associations, all of them be sent to them, that they be asked to provide further comment, and that not occur at a GPC meeting until at least 2 months following this date. That will give Mr. McGrath and the Harewood Community Association and others more than enough time to comment. It will indicate to the various associations that the staff recommendations, which I must say I would support if the motion was made today, encountered this, I will call it opposition, comments, and criticism, but give everybody a time to think about it. But I'm not going to ask for another workshop or some lengthy process to try and deal with this. This is, as Councillor Hemmons tried, I think, elegantly to phrase it, was basically this is something we wanted as council, in a sense, to enable us to be satisfied and confident that when someone stepped forward and said, Sika or NOCA or whoever says yay or nay to something, that they speak with some authority, and that is part of our consideration as members of council. So I don't know if Ms. Guri had a chance to
The motion?
capture
Yes.
the
so
essence of my motion, but I'm certainly going
I
to
did
move
capture
that.
the essence of it, Your Worship. Thank you. I did capture the essence. I was wondering if September would be more amenable as to report back, because a couple months
so
brings us
moved.
to the summer. So yes, it's going to be referred back to staff to summarize the minutes and report from today, to get further clarification and comment from the neighborhood associations, and bring that back to a future GPC meeting.
So I heard from Councillor Martman that she's seconding that motion. Do we have further discussion on the motion? If you do, Mr. Clerk.
If I may just speak to it briefly, we had a very good letter today from Sika, of course, who I say to all of the rest of them, I still regard as the best example of a neighborhood association in the community. I'm very impressed with Mr. Lysing's comments about the numbers of people it's mailed to, but Sika is active in their neighborhood in every way, shape, or form. And we received a letter from them, which isn't part of the public debate today, but that would give an opportunity for everyone to see the letter from Sika, to get some sense of what others are having to say, and it might stimulate some further conversation and discussion that will assist the 5 people who took the time out today, and I do appreciate it, to be delegations to council and to sit through the debate as they have this afternoon. It'll give everybody a chance to refresh, relook at it, and then we can deal with this at council appropriately at the next GPC.
Councillor Gesselbrecht, next in the queue.
Thank you. Just speaking to the motion, it's a question to staff, I think feedback could be from the neighborhood associations could be attained with, would a month turnaround be too quick? I'm just thinking or is September just, that seems quite far away in terms of moving this forward? Or does it not really make a difference now, considering where we're at with the OCP review?
Through the chair to Councillor Gesselbart, I think maybe a month might be too soon, from what I'm hearing, for some of the neighborhood groups to maybe circulate amongst their constituents. So whether it's 2 months would be perhaps the minimum. We could get it done before that. And then there's also the piece, and perhaps I'd like to mention the engagement task force. One of their recommendations was looking at online engagement tools, and Get Involved Nanaimo was responding to that. And so there's also the option that not only the neighborhood associations, but we, through phase 2, do provide an opportunity to those who register through the Get Involved to have some feedback, if council is interested in that as well. And we would just roll it into that process. So that would be separate from the neighborhood associations and their feedback, but an opportunity for the wider community to give input if you wanted to hear from them.
Councillor Bonner?
I'm sort of in support of the motion. I'm fine with the delaying it here, but the report answers exactly what we asked for, right? And I get that, and I thank staff for that. But we opened this box, and by doing so, we found a whole bunch of other things in this box that all the neighborhood associations with. And I'm reading through again the comments of the April 15th meeting, and it's all requesting, if we go this route, what's in it for us? And I don't think that has been answered yet. How are we going to change our communications, right? And they're looking for communications, portals, you name it. And I think that's the question now that we need to start talking about. So I'm fine with the delay as long as when we meet in September or whenever we do, we've had an opportunity to have fleshed that out. So what is going to be our relationship with neighborhood associations? Not a one-way street was, we just want to know if you're legit or not, is what will be our relationship going forward with them. So I think that's what I'd be looking for in September.
I'm seeing Ms. Bolsing not in agreement. Thank you. Mayor Krog,
No, I'm
done? Okay. Councillor Brown, did you wish to speak again?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in response to Councillor Bonner there, thinking about what my father always says to me, that he doesn't say it because it's wise. He says it because he knows I'm a terrible carpenter, is measure twice, cut once. And I think that's maybe the lesson I learned here today a little bit, is that's what we need to just make a little bit more of an effort to get an understanding of all the nuances of the governance structure that neighborhood associations deal with, and ultimately hopefully reflect that in a policy so we can find ways that I think legitimately satisfy council and future councils around what does a neighborhood association mean when they provide information to council, but doesn't do so in a sense that actually might undermine the very things that we want, and that's, civic engagement at the neighborhood level and participating in those more nebulous governance structures that ultimately contribute to the community fabric in ways that council and the city organization itself can never do. So I think there's a sweet spot there, and it might just take a little bit more work to get to it.
Thank you. Seeing no more on my queue, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. And perhaps we could take our afternoon break now, Ms. Gurry?
Yes, Chair, I think that would be a good idea. I was just wanting clarification on number 2 in the recommendations, and that was to develop a detailed partners and community program and annual budget for consideration. Is that part of the next steps as well, or would staff maybe give some direction on if that should be part of the next?
I'm seeing from the mover that was to be included, and the seconder's agreeing with it, correct? No, you're not?
Thank you.
I will move that.
Second motion, moving part 2.
Of the motion, and if I can speak to it.
So just a second, we need a seconder. Mayor Krog? Mayor Krog, seconder. Councillor Martman.
And the reason I would like to see that go forward was because we heard from some of the speakers today about not enough detail. And I think if this goes forward, we can at least give direction to get more detail for that, what that program would look like, and perhaps get feedback on it too. So I support that motion.
See no other speakers I'm seeing is Mr. Schulberg nodding and, okay, all right. Call the question, all those in favor? No, sorry. Councillor Geselbrecht?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. Just for clarity, we'll be sending the minutes, our proposal for the structure for, a recognized community association.
Point of order, that's on another topic. We can bring that up after. This is on the motion.
Okay, and we're going to work on more recommendation number 2, and is that going to go out in the package that we're going to get feedback on from the neighborhood associations? I feel that this is kind of backwards what we're doing here, and kind of would like comment from staff. Are we kind of going forward with something without having the first part hammered out?
Mr. Lindsay?
Yeah, through the chair, if council proceeds with the motion, I think staff would take the opportunity to engage with the community, and if we have a draft proposal forward around item number 2, we get their input at the same time that we had a broader discussion around governance, and bring that back as a collective package to a future GPC.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no other further, call the question, all in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. And we'll take 15 minutes, 3:30? Not quite.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Whoa! Yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, And we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
to the table, and we will start to move to our next one, which is the Affordable Housing Strategy Annual Implementation Update. And that's going to be introduced by Mr. Lindsay. I don't see him, so Ms. Paul Singh.
Good afternoon, Count.
We have quorum, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
Through the chair, the report you have before you is the second annual update of the Affordable Housing Strategy that was adopted by Council back in 2018. And so without much further ado, I'll turn over to Karen Cronstel, our social planner, who's prepared the report for you and a very nice graphic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cronstel.
Good afternoon. As Ms. Paul Singh said, I'm one of the 2 social planners at the City of Nanaimo, along with David Stewart, and I'm very pleased to bring you the second annual update. A little bit late for annual, but I think what we can get. Just to remind you, the Affordable Housing Strategy, unlike some of our other housing-focused plans, is really about what the city can do to move the needle on housing affordability. And for that reason, affordability is defined a little more broadly as including a variety of housing types, sizes, tenures, prices, and housing that supports a mix of incomes, ages, and abilities. So while it recognizes the typical or the standard 30% of income as the gold standard through CMHC, it is looking a little bit more broadly. These are the 5 objectives of the Affordable Housing Strategy. I won't read them for you, but I will note that you may see some of these as familiar with some of the indicators we've been discussing through Reimagine Nanaimo in terms of housing diversity and mix. Because as we know, a healthy housing ecosystem offers a range of opportunities for housing throughout one's life and meets you at different stages in your life where you're at. I'll say that we've done great progress this year, particularly on objectives 4 and 5 around low income and special needs housing and strengthening partnerships and connections. So Nanaimo's vacancy rate is 1% as of October 2020, which is very low. It has been below the healthy, or the lowest end of healthy, which is 3 to 5% since 2015. We were a little surprised to see this because last year we actually had 410 rental housing completions as reported through CMHC, so we thought it might go up a bit, but we're thinking that the pandemic may have affected the ability to put some of these units onto the market, or it's possible that we've lost some units, but be that as it may, the vacancy rate is 1%, and that's a concern. So last year, between October 2019 and October 2020, the average price of rent went up 2.4%. You see that graphic there, that's the number of units, the rental universe in the City of Nanaimo. So it's been going steadily up, and with it, rent has been going up. Now, 2.4% is actually relatively low compared to previous years. Between 2014 and 2019, average rent went up a total of 39% over that 5-year period, so more than 2.4% per year. And we believe that's the result of the rent freeze that the BC government put in place early in 2020. So we'll have to watch and see what happens when that eventually gets lifted as the pandemic hopefully ends. Oops. Now the housing prices, though, went up far more than 2.4%. As everyone has heard, housing has been very hot, stock is limited, and the increase in housing prices has kept pace with previous years, just continuing to rise. So it went up 8.8% over that last year period. So I'm going to get into more detail on each of these. We've noted here where we're on track to meet our targets and where we're exceeding some targets, although with that third one, I'm going to get a little bit more into the nuance of the data and perhaps suggest that we're going to measure that differently going forward. But be that as it may, we have some good news to report. But before we get into that, just wanted to review some of the recent additions to our housing continuum in the non-market and affordable housing sector. These are in addition, these shelter beds are in addition to the 2 permanent shelters that we have at Salvation Army and Unitarian who run year-round. The 24 beds that was St. Peter's closed just recently, and then the 21 new beds there is reflected through the Emergency Response Center at Prudhoe in the city building. Transition housing, this reflects the 60 beds we hope to open in the Navigation Center later this year. Supportive housing, the 35 units there, that's both the Rose Hill and the Uplands for NACL units and this is all on page 4 of attachment A, it breaks down by address, as well as the 190 supportive units that are coming through the MOU with BC Housing. The non-market housing, quite a number of seniors units being offered primarily through Nanaimo Affordable Housing Society at a couple developments, as well as 120 multifamily and single affordable units that will be delivered through the MOU. And then finally here, below market rental, we've sort of separated these out because a couple of these projects are done through the Housing Hub, which is a different part of BC Housing. There's the Community Housing Fund, which is the one through which we fund a lot of the supportive housing buildings, which tends to be deeper affordability and more rent geared to income. The Housing Hub aims towards the middle market, so that's like the Ledgerwoods of the world, which I believe the target is sort of $44,000 to $76,000 per household income, and that results in rates that are below market in the sense of what you would what you could get on the market if you went out today, slightly below that, but may not be as low as average, which, as you'll see in the presentation from my colleague Caleb later today, is different. The average is the whole universe, including all the older stock, and then the market is what you could get today if you put a new unit on the market. So there we go. That kind of covers off what we've seen added to the continuum. So with the housing starts, as reported through CMHC, we're at 40% of our target of 50%. And to give you a sense of what that means, last year we had 279 rental housing starts out of a total of 690. So we're on our way, and rental housing has been stronger in recent years than it had been in the previous decade, but could always use more. And with the rental housing units secured, that's the housing agreements the council signs in exchange for additional density. We had 165 student units and 6 market rental units. And I think you're going to hear more about density bonusing later today. With the multifamily units, this is as reported through building permits. So out of the 690, wrong page. Sorry. Oh, there's 638 units in multifamily buildings that were created, and that's the ones for which building permits were issued. And I'm going to skip over that new starts as ground-oriented
Ms.
units.
Cronstel, if I could just stop you.
Oh, sure.
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Could you go one slide back, please?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So the 6 market rental units, that seemed really, really low to me because we're building a lot of market rental buildings, but these are ones that are secured.
Yes.
Through, what was the language you just used?
Oh, through the density voting. So that was a housing agreement.
Housing agreements.
It was for the one at 1400 Windsgrove, which secures the minimum of 6 units for at least 10 years, and that was part of getting additional density through the density bonusing scheme. Now, we are going to secure a lot of the supportive housing buildings with housing agreements as well. This was for the market rental through the density bonusing.
Okay, but we're still having a whole bunch of rental apartments being built. They're
Yes.
just not being secured for 10
Yeah,
years.
sorry. Yeah,
and
this is
getting
just
that
the housing
density
agreement where
bonus.
they secure it on the title through a housing agreement in exchange for the density. There's still tons of other rental being built. It's just we're not securing it in exchange for additional density.
So another way of looking at that is that only 6 have taken us up on our density bonusing.
Well, yeah, I think Caleb will be able to provide more detail on that, but I think it has to do with the number of points you can get for that relative on the return.
Okay, thank you.
No,
Thank
great
you.
questions. I tend to talk a little fast when I'm nervous too, so just give me a wave if I'm going too fast. So yeah, we've covered this with this. This is building permit data, so these would be the building permits issued, so maybe some time before we see these come to pass, especially with the cost of construction rising so much, but this is what we know we've issued permits for. And we're going to cover some more on the ground-oriented units in a sec. The new starts as apartments, so we're actually past our target here. Our target was 50%, we're at 55, so that's 374 units out of a total of 690, and that's as reported by CMHC. And this next one, 2 and 3 bedrooms, we're going to break this down in a second. The target was to have 20% 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. Now, I think we're going to revise the way we look at this because we've lumped together 2 and 3 and more bedroom apartments together, and as you'll see in a second, we have lots of 2 bedrooms, or relatively more, and very, very few 3 and more bedrooms. The other thing is that we had been looking at the data in terms of the whole rental universe, which is what CMHC provides us, instead of looking at what are we adding each year, which is a little tougher for us to track, but we've decided as a team we want to do that instead for you next year, but that's what we measured for this time. This is another way of showing you the same info around the multifamily units. So this is very interesting in terms of looking at the impact of COVID. You can see here, this is the housing starts by type. The number of homeowner, like usually single-family dwellings, is not impacted, but the number of rental and condos has gone way down in 2020. So this may have further impact on our vacancy rate for next year, just in terms of the number of starts. This is the one I was going to show you about our goal is to have 20% in that row house and semi-detached. That's all about the housing diversity, offering people housing options who may have been initially hoping for a house, but are willing to consider some other ground-oriented development. And we're, through Reimagine, looking at how can we encourage some of those more diverse housing forms to offer people more options that are perhaps more affordable. Now this is the one with the bedroom breakdown. So very few 3+ bedrooms, relatively more 2 bedrooms, and quite a few 1 bedrooms. I believe, probably Mr. Lindsay can speak to this more, that we've seen quite a few applications for bachelors in studios recently, so I'm not sure if that's on the verge of changing that could be influenced by the relatively new parking bylaw that requires less parking for those smaller units, but I'm less concerned about the bachelor as I am about the 3-bedroom, because if you look back in the historical data, we have far fewer 3+ bedrooms now than we did in 1990 when they started tracking. So that is one of the reasons why we're going to start looking at tracking it by new units as opposed to the whole universe. Yes?
I just have a question on that too. Are you even tracking by square footage? Like when I saw one that come before us, 880 square feet as a 3-bedroom, like to me, that's like, oh my God. You know, like for a lot of people, that's considered a 1-bedroom. I know in today's age, we're looking at 500, but have you ever looked at the square footage amount? Because putting, you know, a family of 5 into a 3-bedroom and 880 square feet is pretty small.
We, through the chair, we have not looked at that. We certainly could look at that. I think one thing is we rely on the building code to sort of for minimum standards as far as livability, but if that's a request of council, we certainly could do that.
No, it's just a question. Thank you.
Another thing that the strategy suggests we could track, which we haven't done, and I think we will for it, is the number of micro suites in small units, because that's again becoming of more interest in the age of the new parking bylaw. So we've covered the 171, which is the 165 plus 6. But this I want to highlight for you, the 60% of new homes last year had suites in them. And this is such an underappreciated contributor to our secondary housing market. I'm going to say again, and I was one of the first municipalities to allow secondary suites. Some people are still in the process of allowing them now. And this is a huge part of our secondary rental market. We have in the neighborhood of 3,200 legal and authorized suites in the city. We think we have in the neighborhood of 4,300 purpose-built rental units. That's a huge proportion of the rental market. So we're hoping to see that number stay high and continue to rise. So the projects that may look familiar to you, we've seen recently, the zoning bylaw update allowing modular housing. That was the zoning bylaw amendment to allow modular for secondary suites as detached housing. So it was something that wasn't allowed, and now it's allowed if people want to do that, and hopefully will facilitate more detached laneway houses. The community amenity contribution policy, I believe council recently gave direction on that. So when I say this check mark, that's sort of substantial completion, may not be totally complete. The density bonus policy review, Schedule D, you'll see following this presentation with my colleague. And the Health and Housing Action Plan was endorsed in February, and we are working on implementation of that through the transition team. Also, the rent bank, didn't mention this in this presentation. One thing I was a little remiss in not talking about in the housing continuum is that in the last 2 years since we adopted the strategy, we've also doubled, well, through BC Housing, has doubled the number of rent subsidies available to individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of losing housing. So that was another goal of the strategy that we're doing well towards. And as we move forward in implementation, we'll be layering the recommendations of the Health and Housing Action Plan, which have additional housing targets. The short-term rental regulations is another project we have close to wrapping up. This survey closes May 12th, for those of you who may still want to do it or promote it. The MOU with BC Housing and Tutuxton, our project with Sinimaq First Nation, BC Housing, and the school district is also still underway. Some more projects that we have. 2 projects that we're implementing partially through Reimagine. Rental zoning, I'm sure some of you, or all of you are familiar with, is the power granted to municipalities a couple of years ago to zone specifically for rental housing. The City of New Westminster took this up. They rezoned both private and publicly owned property for rental zoning. They were promptly taken to court, and last month they won in the BC Supreme Court the right to keep that zoning. So that's something we'll be considering through the Reimagine process. That could be for publicly owned lands. It could be to rezone existing rental housing to try and preserve it that way, or it could be for rezoning cases where folks are looking to rezone for rental housing. The land acquisition policy, we do have existing practice that we use when considering new acquisitions for affordable and supportive housing, but these need to be enshrined in policy and brought back to council for approval. And of course, we're going to update the housing legacy reserve policy, particularly once the community amenity contribution policy is updated, because that has implications for that one. Family-friendly housing policy, very much related to earlier discussion about 3+ bedroom housing. My colleague Dave Stewart is going to be taking on that project this year, and I think this will be something that will be very much of interest to the community and also related to the Reimagine goals. We continue work on delivering on our MOUs with BC Housing, and as I mentioned, the transition team for the Health and Housing Action Plan is underway, looking to create the terms of reference for that systems planning organization that was a primary recommendation. So those are our big rocks in terms of the priorities for implementation, but I'd be pleased to take any questions. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions, Council? Mayor Crowe?
Thank you very much, Ms. Cronstel, and I appreciate the state of my mental health is not your priority, but I must tell you, having read the report on the weekend, I was extremely pleased to see how well the city is actually doing in terms of its affordable housing strategy, meeting a number of goals, I think, very well, and I think it's a credit to previous councils for doing so. And I can't help comment, Chair Armstrong, you talked about a two-bedroom, 880 square foot apartment condo being small. You know, I'm going to give the walked uphill both ways to school speech here. I thought I was very lucky being raised in what was a very nice house by the standards of Coombs, where my sister had a tiny bedroom, my parents had a somewhat larger bedroom, and myself and my two brothers, aided by a set of bunk beds and a single fold-out cot, were happily raised in what we thought was pure luxury in a house that was a little over 880 square feet in total size. And I can't help but reflect on the remarks of Councillor Martman in response to one of our frequent correspondence on housing issues. There is nothing wrong with having smaller units that are affordable. It is the price we pay to live in urban society, and it's a credit to Mr. Harding's department, so to speak, and previous councils as well, that we have so many wonderful parks where people, if they are feeling crowded, can actually get outside and enjoy themselves. So kudos. Let's continue down this road and hope that the next year's report is just as positive and as happy as this one.
Councillor Bonner?
The old man left.
Thank you, and I want to thank the chair for her comments. It's never really a good council meeting without an uphill both ways to school talk from our mayor. On a different note, I'm looking at these put my glass on, the targets that we're reaching here. And I'm going to ask a question here, don't take it the wrong way or anything like that, but are we meeting these targets because we've had a tremendous amount of building in our city, which has been unprecedented, and we haven't been building rental units for decades? Or are we meeting these targets because of very specific policies that we put forward? Because I'm wondering or is it a combination of both? And if it is, how much? Because how do we recreate this? Because I'm looking to some of the stats you have in there, which aren't great. We're like 6 units in that housing development. Out of all the things we built, there's only 6 units. It was probably from one developer. So how are we going to, through our policies, bring more of that in line? It's a big, long question, sorry.
Through the chair, and I'm sure my colleagues will have some thoughts on this as well. I think the tide on rental housing had already begun to turn when we were starting the Affordable Housing Strategy project. Like the stats had already started to turn in terms of the number of rental units. The work that our colleagues in current planning are doing around the community amenity contribution and the density bonus review are critical to changing some of those small unit numbers that you mentioned. And I think you'll be very pleased with the work that they've been doing to address the gap that was in the density bonus as far as affordability, affordable rental goes. As far as securing some of the other things, I mean, rental zoning is one thing we're considering. We're looking at all the tools that are out there, but I think it is a mix. We want to be a community that's affordable for everyone, and we're going to have to look all around what everybody's doing, best practices. It's also a very attractive place to live. It's a bit of a chicken-egg situation. It's an attractive place. People move here, it becomes less affordable. You know, I don't know if Mr. Lindsay has any comments on that.
Thanks. I think through the chair, the only thing that I would add back to the question of, sure, the economy right now seems to be going hard. People are building homes, and some of that's reflected in this number. But I think there's also a space in there you would say, well, yes, but this council, past councils has made strategic steps that would allow or foster much of this. So Ms. Cronstel spoke to secondary suites, decision by the city to allow for secondary suites, which there's now thousands of, and 60% of new single-family homes. Those wouldn't have happened without that policy decision. More recent decisions that you've made, I believe it was this council, around parking standards, for example. All of those things have implications for how many units we're able to see on individual projects. So yes, economy plays a role, but so does your policies. And I think the third one you'd have to mention right now, we can't not acknowledge is BC Housing and the significant amount of investment that they've put in, both through us, through our MOU, but also through the other programs that Ms. Consul's recommended to achieve housing across a broader spectrum, certainly than what we've seen in the previous decades. So I think it's all of those factors contributing to why these numbers look pretty good today.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and the update. I think this is such a good example of when we're doing something well. We have a good plan, and we check in every year to kind of assess how we're doing and adjust as we're going forward. And I was curious to hear that the measurement of the between 2 and 3 bedroom might be looked at more closely. So that's great. 2 pieces. One, exploring the rental-only zoning. My understanding is we have a great demand for developers are building rental right now. So is it worth staff time to pursue a rental-only zoning? Is it to protect the market is driving that developers are building rentals, but is this to ensure that we're protecting that going forward? Would that be accurate?
Yes, through the chair. So the rental-only zoning would ensure that if somebody came and wanted to rezone to, say they had a single-family neighborhood and you wanted to rezone to multifamily, they're saying, well, we're building rental housing, you could actually zone it for rental, so it would be rental in perpetuity.
In perpetuity, okay, great.
Unless they rezone again, which would require another council decision.
Okay. Thank you. My second question, and frankly the one I'm a little bit more curious about, is the land acquisition strategy. So we have a really big investment coming from BC Housing, and I want to make sure that we're prepared for the next time they come. Our current work, do we just have an inventory of land that we have that we're aware of, and then when we hear from BC Housing, we go out and we shop? And the land acquisition strategy would see us actually purchasing that land, holding it, and then having that immediately when BC Housing has resources for us. Is that accurate?
Well, I'm going to defer, through the chair, I'm going to defer to Mr. Lindsay, except to say that the policy would cover not just projects for BC Housing, but also other lands that the city would wish to purchase. Mr. Lindsay, I don't know if you have any further comment.
Yeah, and I think that's the right answer. And the only thing I would add is that I think staff and council have actively, for the last number of years, been looking constantly for opportunities to acquire land for housing projects. Maybe it's more informal as we've been working with BC Housing. And I think this speaks to more of an opportunity to have a formal policy, and that might include funding for, a funding stream for how we would go about acquiring land and criteria around that.
And I think that's what I'm getting after, is that right now we search, right? We always know what's available, but if we have a land acquisition strategy and direction that we can use, say the Housing Legacy Reserve, then that's going to benefit us when it comes time when BC Housing comes with resources. Thank you.
Councillor Geselbrecht?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Just a question, thank you for the presentation, and it's good that looks like we're, hitting quite a few of our targets. I guess on the other side of things, when I look at what seems like increasing homelessness, and when I hear about the outrageous prices being asked for rental. There's a house that sold just kitty corner to our place, and by somebody that lives out of town, and they're now renting it. And we saw the advertisement for the rent, and it was like $1,200 for the basement suite and like $2,200 for the top, and it's just like anything but affordable. And this is an old house in an older part of the neighborhood. And I'm just curious, given what we're seeing on the street, is our targets and sort of are we being aggressive enough to keep up with it, or is it just so out of our hands to try, or are we seeing that we're putting a lot of efforts in and we haven't quite seen the fruits of all these rental units coming on the market yet, or that? I'm just kind of curious, sort of marrying the two, kind of what we're seeing on the ground.
Through the chair, I think we could revisit the targets and take a look and see, are they still on point? But one thing to consider is that there are many aspects to this that are being realized in a way that things like the rent bank, things like the rent supplements, that it's the housing loss aversion that you don't necessarily see. But I certainly think for Reimagine, there's an opportunity to revisit the targets. I don't know if Ms. Bopal-Singh has any additional comments on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Geselbrecht, that's fairly complex piece because, of course, some of those who are vulnerable and are at risk of or struggling with homelessness, there's overlapping pieces around that supportive piece. And while the affordable housing strategy, as Ms. Constant notes, looks at what we can control in terms of land use and policy, there's some other pieces where we, as a municipality, don't control rents and rent. During COVID, the government has frozen rental increases, but there's some bigger pieces there that impact our affordability rates more than just simply allowing more units. One of the other things I did want to mention is in terms of what council's done to facilitate more rental units is the tie-in with the current OCP, where we're seeing a lot of the rental units and market rentals in the densities happening in our corridors and in areas where there's transportation connections. And that's another important piece around affordability in terms of people not needing to own a car who may be in a lower income bracket. So as we're considering Reimagine Nanaimo and looking at the price of housing, it's also access, people's access and walkability to jobs and other things where transportation costs factor into their living costs. And then jumping back to the issue around homelessness and those who fall into the margins due to straightforward poverty without overlapping mental health, substance use, and those pieces. I think as Ms. Constant pointed out, looking at those preventative pieces that council has done, like funding, rent supplements, funding the rent bank, those are pieces where we have other opportunities to either invest and leverage resources from other levels of government on the preventative side, because the market control is a tricky one for us. And sometimes you think, well, just increasing the number should drive down the rate, but then if we're seeing increased immigration because across Canada, because our rental rates are such that it's cheaper to still commute to Duncan, Victoria, or another community relative to their rents. Duncan wasn't a good example, but say Victoria or Vancouver, that housing stock, our local, people who are local are getting out-competed. So I think as Ms. Constant said, we can look at that, and then we have through the Health and Housing Action Plan and that transition, the more vulnerable group, those targets in there are pretty recent and grounded in fairly recent studies. So I'm hoping that those stand the test of time, seeing that we just received that report in February. Thank you.
Great. Can I ask a follow-up question? Just, in terms with the rental rate, like for bachelors and like 3-bedroom, I think the rental rate on all housing unit types decreased to their present form. Is it a matter in terms of, are we experiencing quite a high level of migration right now compared to our rate of building more new housing, or what do you feel is driving that?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, the first part you said our average rent went down?
No, the vacancy rate.
Oh, the vacancy rate, yes.
Vacancy
The
rate,
vacancy rate
it's decreased to zero, basically, in a couple things.
Well, I think the economic development officer does more work on migration. I did notice a story that we were the 11th city in Canada in terms of one-way U-Haul trips. So that's saying something, and I know our quality of life has been very attractive during COVID. I don't know if Mr. Lindsay has any more detailed information on migration, on net migration. That tends to be more in the economic development shop.
I don't have the exact numbers or our latest numbers, but certainly interprovincial migration has been something that anecdotally we've been hearing about through COVID. But I think there's lots of factors that are driving the rental, and just the increase in housing prices alone make a lot of people that maybe 10 years ago would have been into the housing market instead are looking more at the rental market today. But I think a number of factors. Of course, we think Nanaimo continues to be a desirable place to be, and people want to be here, so it could be definitely part of it.
Thank you.
Mayor Crowe? No, okay, excellent. So I do have a couple questions. When you talked about that we've got 60% of our homes being with suites, how many of them are actually occupied? Because I know about 4 or 5 that don't even have them occupied because of the issues with the Landlord Tenancy Act. Do we track that?
Unfortunately, Chair, we cannot track suite occupancy, But I do understand the concerns. I've heard that from some people as well through the lack of ability to evict people, that can be a concern. And that could also have been a confluence factor with some of the new rental markets coming online. It may be that some landlords didn't want to start introducing their rental buildings during a period of eviction moratorium.
The other thing that I found interesting that you said when you talked about the not needing to own a car, but it's proven, and there's lots of studies that prove it, if you own a car, you can get better jobs. So that's kind of like when you're trying to take somebody out of poverty by not allowing them that ability to own a car, it can be very detrimental as well. And we just saw like numerous petitions from seniors, low-income seniors, all upset that they don't have parking for their cars because it's very important to them. So that was just a question I wanted to talk about, that a lot of times owning a car takes you from a level of poverty upwards because it opens up more options for you. And then the other thing that you talked about was, because we hear a lot, why are people saying the affordable housing strategy, the rents in Nanaimo aren't affordable? And I think you hit on it. We don't control the rents. That's not up to us because we don't own the buildings. And the second point is, with the cost of lumber, I think it's almost triple now. So are we going to see our rents increase by, 400 or 500 more? Because they're obviously, people are in the business to make money, not lose.
Well, Chair, I don't have good information on that, although I will speculate that it may slow down some construction projects. I don't know if Mr. Lindsay has any more insight than I, and he has closer connections with the ongoing projects, but it may certainly slow things down, especially for the larger projects.
Yeah, I think definitely the rising prices in materials is a concern for all construction types, obviously, and I think but when it comes to something like a rental unit, a new rental building, they'll make a decision whether to proceed or not. But at the end of the day, they're going to charge what the market will bear, regardless of what the construction cost of that unit was.
And I just got a reply to that business about the 800 square feet. I also lived in that, but it's coming from the health perspective, where they're now saying, the health ministers and all that we shouldn't be living grouped together like that because it is breeding disease, so to speak. So that's why my comment was coming from, that COVID showed us that, like, you couldn't unload your single bedroom apartments in Toronto. They just sat there vacant because of that, especially people working from home. So any other, Councillor Bonner, sorry.
I think, Chair, is again reiterating what Mr. Lindsay said, the cost of rental and the cost of housing is driven by the market, not by what it costs to build it. How the amount of profit you make is driven on what it costs to build it, and decisions made to actually proceed. I was wondering if the next report that comes forward, can we have a kind of a review of this one in it as well, with comparisons, and what policies were implemented, how things changed, all that sort of stuff? That would be really great.
Through the chair, absolutely. And I believe we will be integrating some of the reporting from the Health and Housing Action Plan as well, since that's related targets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. All right, we'll move on to our next one, which is by Mr. Caleb Horn.
Through the chair, just while maybe Mr. Horn's coming up, I can just say that this next item is something that we could have likely have just taken directly to a council meeting and introduced it there. We have done it in the past when we've done amendments to the zoning bylaw. However, with the day today originally intended to be around housing, we thought first having a discussion about the housing strategy, moving forward, some of the direction, and then having how that's being translated to actual bylaw changes would be helpful for council to see, and also just give us an opportunity for more of a discussion around Schedule G, because I don't think, or Schedule D, sorry, I don't believe we've had that opportunity at council in the past. So if Mr. Horn's ready, we'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed you doing the introduction. Mr. Horn.
Great, thank you. Yes, so this information presented to you today is, as Mr. Lindsay mentioned, a draft zoning bylaw amendment to Schedule D. And it is related to the affordable housing strategy, which we just had the presentation regarding. So, first slide here are the affordable housing strategies, which we have now all memorized, I'm sure. And just to kind of give us some context on where these zoning bylaw amendments are coming from. So they come out of these two objectives. The first is to increase the supply of rental housing. And the fourth one here that we're drawing from is to support the low income and special needs housing. So within the first objective increase the supply of rental housing. There are, in fact, two sub-objectives. Develop a secured market rental housing policy, and that is the one that we are kind of drawing from here, from that objective. And here, this might be a bit hard to read, I apologize. This is just an excerpt from the Affordable Housing Strategy. And it does, again, kind of just provide that context on some of these action items that have been developed in 2018 that we are looking at. And action item B here is to develop a package of incentives that includes density bonus for 100% rental housing. The other objective here was the support low income and special needs housing. And we are looking at sub-objective 4.3 to update the practice of density bonusing. This is another excerpt from the Affordable Housing Strategy. The action item here was to revise Schedule D in the zoning bylaw and specifically include affordable housing. And it goes on to then specify kind of three types of affordable housing: non-market housing, affordable rental, and affordable ownership. As you probably know, we do have a density bonusing already at City of Nanaimo within Schedule D. We do not have any bonus density incentives currently for non-market housing or affordable rental. We do have one for affordable ownership that we are updating and including as part of this amendment. Just a little refresher here. So Schedule D in the zoning bylaw does provide opportunity in some zones for additional density as measured in floor area in many of our residential corridor, commercial center, and downtown zones. And this is fairly successful. We see it quite often in new developments where people do propose amenities in exchange for the bonus density. And these are just a few photos of some recent examples, ranging from public art to community benches, stormwater management, as well as educational signage for different types of building technologies. So, the first, this is the rental housing amendment, and this is the one that comes from Objective 1.1, which is to do with rental housing. We currently do have a rental housing bonus density incentive in Schedule D, but that's only for 50% of the rental for a 10-year period. So the first item here would be to actually change that from 50% to 100%, because we found that no one is stratifying or trying to stratify half of the building. It doesn't happen. You're either going all in or you're not. So we might as well recognize that and go to 100%. Keep the 10-year period for that one, but in addition, create one for 100% rental that would be for an indefinite amount of time. So they wouldn't have the opportunity to go to condos after 10 years. So providing two levels there for rental housing. And then next we have the affordable housing amendments that come from Objective 4 in the Affordable Housing Strategy. And this is where we split it into three tiers. The first tier is for affordable home ownership. And as mentioned, this is already included in Schedule D. The next would be for the affordable rental. And this one also comes from the Affordable Housing Strategy. And here we would be defining it as a dwelling unit rented at less than the average rent level determined by CMHC. And then third would be for non-market housing. And this would be one defined of where the 12 months rent does not exceed 30% of the housing income limit. And I'll just show you a couple examples of what that would actually look like here. So for affordable home ownership, this is just based on the VIREB data. And in the bottom left corner, that's from the VIREB Real Estate Board's website, just kind of showing an example of what the benchmark prices are for an apartment or for a townhouse unit within Nanaimo. So to qualify, an apartment would be no more than $303,000 and a townhouse no more than $348,000. Next is for the affordable rental category. And this to qualify in 2020, like just a couple examples, a one bedroom would be no more than $1,009 and a two bedroom no more than $1,263. And these numbers come from the bottom row of the table shown here, which is from CMHC. And I should point out that these, you can probably see that there are some gaps in the data here, and we expect this number in this category to fluctuate more so once there is more rental units on the market that they can gather data from. And then third would be the non-market and supportive housing. And here a one bedroom would qualify at no more than $925 a month, and a two bedroom $1,188 a month. And this is consistent with BC housing metrics for what qualifies as non-market and supportive housing. And just in conclusion, just a reminder that this Schedule D, of course, these are not requirements that are imposed upon new developments. They are offered as incentives that property owners or developers can use to gain additional density. And then, as you may have noted, for each category there was incremental steps. So at no point do we say you have to provide all of the units for the affordable housing categories. They could do it in 10% increments. So it could just be they want to do 10% of the building meeting one of those categories, and they would have the appropriate number of points. Yeah, so I think that's everything there, and just a reminder that, of course, both of these come from the affordable housing strategy. So, yeah, happy to take any questions.
Councillor Bonner?
Oh, I didn't realize my button was on. I'll let other folks have questions
You're
first.
the only one on.
I was kind of looking forward to this part of the meeting. I thought we'd spend a bit of time on this thing. It's quite very much of an interest of me. In your last slide there, you talked about, I'm guessing you're for the category 8 affordable housing number A, in which you said they only, in order to get 10 points. Like, category A requires 10 points. You have to get 10 points in that category, and that's in order to get any density bonus?
So this is in category 8?
Category 8.
Yes. So there are two tiers to Schedule D. In order to achieve Tier 1, you would have to reach the minimum amount of points in 3 categories. So if they were then to go for Category 8 and achieve Tier 1, then they would have to have a minimum of 10 points. And so there was a few different ways they could combine points within Category 8 to achieve that. Alternatively, the other option is to get Tier 2 of bonus density. You only need 65 points from any category. So you don't have to actually meet the minimum number of points within a category to achieve Tier 2. So you could just pick and choose. They might only want to get 1 point from this category and the rest from other categories.
Okay, and so I think that's where I have a bit of a concern here, is that there's ways of getting around it. And the other thing I think that's missing here, and I'm going to say right out because I want to talk about it as well, is there doesn't seem to be an incentive on our side to get people to apply for bonus density. And I understand the concept here is this is the developer asking for, they want to build another floor, and they have to meet a certain amount of criteria to do that. But how do we go about saying, we want you to add another floor, and we want you to make sure that all of the units in that floor, or mixed throughout the building, are a below market rental rate for the next 10 years? Like, how do we incentivize the developers to go that route?
Right, and through the chair, yeah, and I think, to me, that sounds less like an incentive and more like a requirement or something that might be imposed upon in that zone, which might have more to do with some of the other items from the affordable housing strategy. The purpose of the zoning bylaw is to set the base density, and then anything above that would only be at the property owner's or developer's discretion if they choose to go for it or not. I guess the question could be then framed as, well, are the base densities at the correct level, or do we want to try and have people go for Schedule D more often, in which case maybe our base density might be too high. But I think this really is just meant to be as a voluntary thing, the Schedule D. At no point have we thought about, do we want to get it to a point where we want to see all development coming through with Schedule D?
I see that point. I guess the way I would reword it then is like, if we want more affordable housing built, which is actually affordable, right? And we go to a developer, we say, we'd like you to add another floor here. So as part of that, so I guess this is the partnership here coming in, right? And I'm trying to figure out how this is going to work, because how do we get them to build these more? Like, do we offer them, yes, you can add another floor, we'll let you add another floor, but we're saying X amount have to be this. But if you do this, they make twice that amount, we'll give you, 50% reduction on your taxes on that square footage, as an example. Like, these are the sort of things I'm just hoping we could work out. And because I looked at the changes to Schedule D, I would say they're okay, conservative for the builders and stuff like that, but there's nothing like way out of the box here, right? Like, how do we like make a big change? And so that's kind of what I was kind of hoping for, is even in the options, like say, okay, this is option one if you want to go a more conservative route, but if you really want to step up your game, here's option two, and you would do the following things. And because we're not going to kind of give that, we're not given that option here. We're just given it's option one, or we pick something else. And so I'm just kind of, how do we step up our game really big? Like, how do we make a big difference here? That's what I'm trying to do. Ask a question.
Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, I guess I would go back to, I think, the point that Mr. Horn was making is these amendments are coming out of the strategy, so it's an implementation of the strategy, and whether, I think council can debate whether they've hit the mark or not, but I think they've responded to what the policy has told us to do. And what I hear Councillor Bonner saying, is there a way that we could take it to the next level, or get, not as much of an incentive, but a mandatory requirement that you're going to provide X level of affordable, adaptable rental is a base requirement on any project. And I would say some of that, I mean, we've started that discussion. Ms. Cronsell talked to you earlier today about, this option of looking at rental-only zoning as one way of doing that. So you'd say automatically when you come in the door, if you're on that property and zoned that way, there is no other option. You're building rental housing. The next is we didn't touch on it today, but one of the policy items in there is that a certain percentage of units should be adaptable in every project. So we need to finalize and bring that back. So that would be a baseline requirement. We could look at further, as Mr. Horn mentioned, I guess further incentives, or lowering the minimum that you're required under, or you're allowed for under a zone in order to encourage it. The balance is always that at the end of the day, the project has to be viable to build. And I think that's kind of the fine line that we walk in all of this, and why we approach it more of as an incentive program than we have as a stick program, so to speak. But there's a mix of both in there. And the other comment, I think there was a point made about, well, can someone get around this? And I don't think the policy isn't about, it's not drafted in a way that people get around it, because presumably all the other categories in there, whether they're energy efficient homes or staff aren't going to help me out, I can't remember the other categories, but there's multiple objectives. So as long as presumably somebody's meeting those objectives, they've done what we want, what council wants, and they're given that extra density. So it may not be on the affordable housing side, it may be on some of the other priorities, amenities. You guys aren't going to help me all at all.
You're on your own.
I'm on my own.
Mr. Holmes, you can help them out?
Sure, thanks. I'll just read off the category headings. So there are site selection categories. So there's a number of categories, as Mr. Horn mentioned, that respond to different amenity provision of different amenities that developers can look at. And it is a bit complicated, but it's an interesting tool, the Schedule D amenity density bonusing, and it's a great flexible policy tool. But some of the categories we're looking at, to follow up on the question, so site selection, so looking at development For instance, I mean, you can read through, it's on page 52 of the agenda, Schedule 1 to the report. But anyway, for instance, you get points for selecting a brownfield site and redeveloping. That's an example of an interesting site selection objective. There's a category for retention and restoration of natural features, and there's a category for parking and sustainable transportation. So how you provide, how you relate to the objectives to encourage alternative transportation and reduced parking impacts. Building materials, there's a category that you get additional points for additional density related to your selection of building materials. So for instance, wood primary building, recycled materials, that type of thing. Energy management, I think Mr. Lindsay mentioned, there are points awarded for energy management. Council will be familiar with the STEP code implementation. That was a bylaw amendment last year. Water management, so managing rainwater on site, and for instance, green roofs, those types of things. The categories that Mr. Horn is speaking to, social and cultural sustainability. So that's one category that it relates to affordable home ownership as well. There's some categories in there, but also there's some points that you could receive in there. But there's also things like public art features, children's play areas, that type of thing. And then the final category, category 8, is the new category that we've introduced here, that's affordable rental housing. So there's quite a wide variety of sort of policy initiatives that this touches on, and it's quite a powerful tool, and I'm kind of happy to explore it another time. But this is, as Mr. Lindsay mentioned, focusing on implementation of recommendations coming out of the affordable housing strategy tonight, or this afternoon.
One more, and then I'm going to go to the list.
You can go to the list, I'll
Okay,
come back.
thank you.
Don't wait.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Chair Armstrong. I have a few questions. One of them is just the overall, how are things weighted in terms of the points that they grant? Like, what I'm just trying to understand that weighting system.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, through the chair, that's a good question. There has been a lot of exercise back in the day, especially when Schedule D was first introduced on weighting all the different potential amenities. The ones you see in front of you here are based on kind of our experience on what has and hasn't been attainable, and is also based on stakeholder feedback that we've received. There was a little bit of a consultation with some key stakeholders in the region who do this type of housing development, and what they felt was or wasn't realistic. So you'll see, for example, the purpose-built rental. We changed that to 4 points, bumping it up to 100%. Then the one for purpose-built rental for an indefinite amount of time, that we went to 7 points, just given the number of points needed to meet the minimum in that category. The other thing to note is that we start providing an opportunity for quite a significant, I'm sorry, the next slide here. For non-market housing, 3 points for 10% increment, that brings you right, if you were to do 100% then non-market housing, that could be almost 50% of your tier 2 right there. And that combined with being a passive house, meeting step code 5, you're already at 60 out of 65 points for tier 2. So it's set up in a way that really does kind of focus, it does incentivize these BC housing type projects, but specifically more so the non-market, which has been identified as the greatest need from the affordable housing strategy, and then is kind of tiered down 3 point, 2 point, 1 point from there.
Thanks. No, that's great. Okay, so that brings me to my next question. Why was 12 months of rent the duration settled upon?
Sorry, so that's through the chair for the non-market housing?
Yeah.
I believe that is actually how it is defined by BC Housing. I think that they consider Oh, sorry, you're asking why is it not for at a greater length of time, the rent that we would be securing in increments of 12 months?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, that tends to be the standard tenancy agreement.
Yes, okay, sorry, I understand. So the housing income limit is defined on a yearly level. So the information we get is so I'll just go actually over to this slide. Again, I apologize if it's hard to see. This is the housing income limit. And if you go down to Nanaimo, you can see it there for the different type of unit. So we get that on a per year basis. So all we've done is just divide that by 12 to give you an idea of what a 1 month rent would be. So that's where that definition comes from, because we only have housing income limits measured in a 12-month period.
Sorry, no, I guess what I'm trying to get is, why are we only ensuring that 12 months of rent for a portion of the residential dwelling unit does not exceed 30%? Why not 24? Why not 36? Just how is that 12 month decided upon?
Right, and yes, maybe I will let Mr. Holmes speak to that in a second, but it may actually have just been the way that it is worded. I think that it's just a way of saying within Schedule D that 1 month's rent is going to be 1/12 of the housing income limit. So that would be on a housing agreement, that would be on title in perpetuity, but we only have a way of measuring it over a 12-month period. So I don't know, Mr. Holmes, did you have something to add?
No, if through the chair to Councillor Brown's question, yeah, no, I think Caleb's clarified there. We could, I guess, adjust the wording slightly to make sure that's clear, but the intention is that it would be secured in perpetuity, but we're looking at, as far as checking in, measuring, it's on a 12-month basis.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot more sense now. One more question, Chair. With respect to adaptable housing from an accessibility point of view, I saw that there's points in there if you build accessible units, and then there's points in there if you build affordable units. I'm curious if it was ever looked at around affordable accessible units. I know this is a smaller subset of the market, but I do know that those that are needing accessible units and affordable accessible units are, there's a genuine need there, and there's often not a lot of supply. So I'm wondering if that was ever looked at.
Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, sorry, if I could, through the chair to Councillor Brown's question. So, yeah, you're right. There are points awarded for accessible units, and we're introducing affordable rental units. Those weren't looked at together in detail, but you could, a developer could get points in both categories if they provided affordable, accessible units. So I would say no, we didn't, to your question, we didn't look at it specifically. We don't have that granularity of data to as Mr. Horn has on the screen overhead here, to identify what appropriate rates would be for affordable, accessible or adaptable units, but a developer could achieve density bonusing by providing, in separate categories, but by providing affordable, accessible units. I hope that helps.
But it does, yeah, I think it's something I'll look into a little more too, and maybe circle back with you on. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Chair. Is it, as I was reading this, I'm looking at the proposed rental housing amendment, Schedule D, Category 7, the 4 points awarded to rental housing for a 10-year period. The elephant in the room on that is that we can't guarantee that rental is going to be affordable. Correct? So when we do rental-only zoning and when we're giving density bonus points for rentals, we're just giving it for rentals. We're not giving it for affordable housing. Is that accurate?
Yes, through the chair. So in proposed category 7, items C and D, those are not required to be at an affordable level. That is just securing purpose-built rental, which is one of the objectives, of course, of the affordable housing strategy. It's in proposed category 8. amenity B, which is the one where it is specifically for affordable rental, that we would be securing that through a housing agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Krog?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to Mr. Horn and staff for this report. I think it's a very innovative approach. I think it's a very positive approach. And I appreciate Councillor Bonner's desire to do something big here, but we must remember what jurisdiction we have within municipal governance to impact on the rental housing market. There are two ways essentially to reduce or make affordable housing. Quote unquote, we either subsidize the capital cost or we subsidize the income of the person who's renting to allow them to pay the rent. I mean, right now there are landlords across British Columbia who are subsidizing the rental of their tenants, existing tenants, because the government doesn't allow you to increase whatsoever the residential tenancy rate. So when we as a city increase the property taxes this year, and if it's a strata unit, the strata fees go up and the cost of insurance goes up as it has, the landlord is essentially subsidizing the tenant. Not a happy situation for landlords, which I would argue leads to an incentive for a landlord, for instance, particularly with a strata unit, to sell the strata unit, which will be purchased by a private buyer who may well move into it, of course. It will be out of the rental market, and we won't be any further ahead in terms of having rental stock. So for what it's worth, Obama's line about don't let the pursuit of the perfect stand in the way of doing the good, this is a positive step forward in my view. It's not perfect, but within our jurisdiction, it moves the dial a little bit, and therefore I'm going to move the recommended motion and hope there's a seconder.
Seconded, Councillor Martman. Further discussion on this, Mr. Mayor Corp? Mayor Krog, any further discussion?
I'm good. I've said my piece essentially that this is a step forward, so let's take the step forward. It'll help. It's not going to hurt.
Councillor Thorpe on the motion.
Yes, on the motion, thank you, Chair, and I will support the motion, and I agree with the comments of Mayor Krog. I did have a question, Mr. Horn, especially related to the slides on Schedule D, Category 7 and 8. And my question is this. We operate in a free market system, thankfully, and what gets built is largely the result of supply and demand. And it strikes me as I read these recommendations that there must be a fine line between incentives and something which builders might find restrictive. So when I read about limits on being able to revert from rental to independent sales with no time frame, I would think that some builders might look at that and say, well, I'm not sure I want to commit to that. Or supplying X amount of units at a certain subsidized rental level. Does that make my project worthwhile? Because builders and developers, let's face it, are in the business to make a profit. So I support the recommendations. My question is this: have you had any conversations with the development community? Have they had a chance to respond to these incentives and say, yes, we think these are reasonable, this is something which would incentivize us, if that's a word, or have you heard any of them say, whoa, this looks a little too restrictive, I'm not sure this would encourage me to build?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, that is a good question. And yes, we have had conversations, I think as I mentioned, with some key stakeholders in the development community, specifically those who have done some projects with BC housing funding within the region. So yes, that definitely was a thought of ours as well. So that's why, for example, here under Category 7, we do provide those two options. One would be for just the 10-year period, and that is what it aligns with CMHC funding currently. And then the second would be for an indefinite amount of time. And yes, the point back from some of the development community too was, well, that might be risky. We don't know if someone would go for that, but it might as well provide that as an option too. The more safe bet is everyone will still go for the 10-year commitment, but we thought we might as well put it in there anyways. The other point I just wanted to make too is that the zoning bylaw requirements and maximum density restrictions are staying the same. That hasn't changed. We are just adding new incentives on top of our existing zoning. And in fact, the number of points required to meet Tier 2 hasn't changed. So we're just creating more opportunity to get that bonus density without actually changing the goalposts on how to get that additional density. So we're hoping, and kind of by doing that, it does provide that the range of options and flexibility. And just because you did bring it up as well, I wanted to point out the second one here, affordable rental. We did hear from the stakeholders that would be maybe one of the toughest ones to try and secure. As you may have saw, based on current rates, to qualify as affordable rental is actually very close to what you would need to meet to qualify as non-market housing. And that is a reflection on the fact that if the CMHC average rent levels do fluctuate greatly over time, and so that may correct itself, but this might be, that 2 points for affordable rental is still a bit more of a challenging one, we think, for stakeholders to achieve. And we're excited to try it and get feedback and see where it goes from there, but it's something we haven't offered before, so we're not sure yet what the uptake will be for that one.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of agree. I thought B and C would be ones that mostly BC Housing would be applying for, and they do that anyway. So I'm not. I didn't see the huge value in that. I didn't think many developers would take up on that. If we were to pass the motion today as it is, would we have an opportunity to look at all the other items in the Schedule D? Because every time we talk about it, I have all these questions, and I understand today we're only talking about Category 8 and 7 and 8. So is that an option? Because I have many concerns about the entire Schedule D, not just 7 and 8. And I'll give you a slight example. You can put up a one space for a car that's for a moto car, buy the car, put an electric charger in that place for that car, build some spaces for bikes to be stored, and then put up a sign. You did all this, and you've already got 10 points in one whole section. And that's not a lot. So I have some concerns about how this bonus thing is, because my bigger concern here is that it's quite likely that many of the people who want more density in their buildings will be able to get that and not even touch Schedule 8 or 7 or 8. That's still an option, and I was just trying to look at that. And going back to the comments of the mayor and Councillor Thorpe, I believe that people build houses, companies build houses to make money. Straightforward, right? But the nice thing about capitalists and their desire to make money is they will do anything as long as they can make more money. And it's not in a bad way, right? That's the way the whole system works. So if we can provide them still an opportunity to make money and build affordable housing that stays affordable, they will take it because they're making more money. So that's what I was kind of hoping that Schedule D would do, would give us the ability to incentivize developers and allow them to make money and have them build all this stuff instead of having the taxpayers build it through BC Housing. So that was kind of my thing. So my question here is, are we going to be able to go back and look at the rest of Schedule D after this?
Yes, through the chair, that's a fair question. So I guess just to reiterate, yes, these amendments before you now are specifically tied to the action items from the Affordable Housing Strategy. Later this year, we are looking at bringing forward some more general amendments for our zoning bylaw, which would include a review of Schedule D, which has been in place now for almost 10 years, I believe, with just kind of incremental changes here and there. So we are looking at doing that as part of our zoning bylaw general amendments. As far as council's desire, I guess, to look at this overall, I can't speak to that. I don't know, that would be part of, I guess, your GPC planning, I imagine. I don't know if my colleagues wanted to add anything. No? Okay.
Then I would just suggest that when you do, we do have it at a GPC, because I want to go through it line by line. So just give you a heads up.
Do you hear that, Ms. Scurry?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. We would require a motion to have that added to our GPC list as a topic, though.
Question on the existing motion.
Any other questions from council? Call the question then, all in favor? Any opposed? Are you opposed, Councillor Brown? No, all in favor, carried unanimously. Thank you.
Chair? Since my light's still on,
No, go ahead.
I would like to pass a motion that the future amendments to the Schedule D in the zoning bylaw be brought forward to a GPC at a later date.
Seconded by Councillor Hemmons. Discussion on this, Councillor Bonner?
Only that I think this is a rather important way that we can develop our affordable housing strategy, and even, as I said, kick it up a notch. So I'd like to see that a way of putting incentives and tightening up the link. So I think we need more than just a council meeting to debate it.
Now, staff one, I believe that's Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair. I just would appreciate some clarity on the motion, so I make sure if we bring it back, we hit the mark on what council wants here. So, sorry, the motion was to look at amendments to?
Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Chair. That is what Councillor Bonner said, and I believe it's because Mr. Horn said that they would be bringing back housekeeping amendments of Schedule D at a future date, and perhaps that could be when the meeting happened, but I'm not sure if I think Councillor Bonner would like to look at all of Schedule D in its entirety.
Councillor Bonner?
Yeah, I was going based on the fact that it was coming back. If it's just, tweaking a word here or there, I'd rather have a fulsome discussion on the entire Schedule D. I don't mind doing it all at the same time.
So if the motion passes as put forward, then we would come back, then when we have our general amendments next ready, and we could do an overview of Schedule D. We wouldn't have further aggressive targets to present at that time. I guess it would be for discussion and input from council, if I understand.
Councillor Bonner?
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion on this before I go to the next? Yeah, I got him, but I'm just...
Councillor Brown looks to be waving his hand.
On this, Councillor Brown? Go ahead.
Yes. Thanks, Councillor Armstrong. Not so much to the motion, but I'm getting a little confused in our GPC process. I thought we established the quarterly process for discussing, adding, flushing out the reports for them to be in the next quarterly cycle. So just, this is two motions to add to that. Maybe I didn't understand the process correctly, but I thought we had those quarterly sessions in that quarterly process where we would all submit ideas, and then we would rank them, and then we would tuck them out in the GPC, flush out the list, so then there was no confusion for what staff were bringing back, and we as council were owning the process.
Yeah, I think Councillor Bonner's point was when it's coming back, he wanted to have that really fulsome discussion. So I think he made the motion so that staff understood exactly what he wanted when that discussion came back, as stated by Mr. Horn. Ms. Gurry?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Brown, you're correct. And so is Chair Armstrong in what she was speaking. The motion is required to add it to that GPC matrix list to then have that flush out and discussion at that quarterly, every 3-4 month discussion. However, if a subject is coming back to you anyways in some method, so this was coming back as housekeeping amendments, it could form part of that discussion. And I believe Mr. Lindsay was just looking for some clarification today on what that could look like. But you're right about the process of the GPC matrix. The two items added today by Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Bonner, as far as I understand the process that council has come up with, it's added to the list, and then you rate them and flesh them out at that meeting that we have at the end of June, July.
Okay, so just to be clear, if you want a list, something added to the list moving forward, you have to do it at a motion via the GPC.
Yes, so during the agenda planning session of our meeting, you can add those to the list. They will go to the bottom of your list because they're not rated and they haven't gone through that process like the rest of them. So yes, during the agenda planning portion of every GPC meeting, it's the committee's opportunity to bring up discussions that they would like to see for future discussion, vote to have those added to the list, but not discuss them or rate them until that quarterly meeting. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, yes, but I thought we were avoiding doing that to avoid getting bogged down in conversation about agenda planning at every single meeting. So a little confused, but that's okay.
Just from my point of view for clarification, and I'm sure Council Bonner will correct me, I just think he wanted the motion to ensure that when this came back to us, as was stated by Mr. Horn, that his concerns around Schedule D would be included in that for discussion.
Yeah, I just want to
Intensive
have
discussion.
more wholesome
So,
discussion
yeah,
on it.
so it's something that would be coming back anyhow. It's not like it's a new motion to bring it back. It's just that he wanted the motion so that staff knew exactly what he was looking for. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. I'm going to drop it. I'll bring it up at a later time.
Okay, thank you.
We're already way over time. Thanks.
Yeah, we got to shut it down in 10. Anything further, Councillor Bonner? Staff one, are you finished? No, it's fine. I just can't keep track of everybody. So, have we called the question? I don't believe we have. So we'll call the question. All those in favor? Seeing no one opposed, motion carries unanimously. And do we want to start on 7, knowing that we've got 10 minutes, or do we want to? Councillor Martman, your thoughts? Your motion?
I'm thinking due to the time, Ms. Gurry has her hand up.
Yes, sorry, Chair. There was an additional presentation to precede the discussion on Councillor Martman's potential motion. So I believe Mr. Holm and Ms. Rowett have a slide presentation they've added to talk about recreational vehicles.
I'm just wondering though if we could wait and do it all at one meeting, so it's not, but I'm at the mercy of council. We also have another agenda item we could put on now and move all of the RV to one separate day. Councilor Martman?
This kind of defeats my not doing a notice of motion, but having said that, I'm wanting us to have a conversation about this after the presentation. That's what I was hoping for. And I don't see at the end of the day that this being timely, we would be tired and we wouldn't give it. So I wouldn't mind deferring this if we have the ability, or maybe Ms. Gurry or Mr. Rudolph wants to comment whether we can fit this in the next GPC, or how this would work from here.
Well, we also have another item on our agenda, which is Mr. Rudolph. And I believe this next item could take 1 to 2 hours as well as our first one did. So that's where my concern comes in, is starting now and then having to come back. Mr. Rudolph?
And we're finding that these are big, important topics, and it's hard to agenda plan and we're trying to get so many things in that we're running out of time. And even we had a special closed meeting scheduled as well for today for items that had been deferred from the last meeting. So we're going to add those hopefully to next week's close, so we can at least get those on the table. Yeah, so we added this simply because, well, it was an ask and it was attached to housing, so it seemed to make some sense. So the next meeting, as Ms. Gurry went over earlier on today, is scheduled to be a transportation day, May 10th. So we could put it on there, but again, it's a big day, and it's either you could go directly to council and have a discussion around it, because it did come from council, if you wanted to do it that way. Otherwise, I thought it was more of a workshop-y kind of thing that you were more interested in. So otherwise, we'll put it on the end of the next scheduled meeting, which is only 2 weeks out, or then it would be 2 weeks after that. So it's just a matter of trying to get all these things in, that's all. And today the idea was to try to attach it to the housing. So I don't know how long, if you think it's going to be a big conversation, we could simply give you the presentation and then you could go away and think about it, and then and not get into a big conversation. That probably could get that done in 10 minutes if you want to do that.
Another option is, could we not put it after one of our public hearings, which usually are like 15, 20 minutes, and then deal with it then too, because we're already here.
Yeah.
Councillor Geselbrecht?
Thank you, Chair. I like the idea of having the presentation now, and if there's a few questions on it, I personally am not worried about going over time if we need to spend more time here today. I'm not sure other people's schedules, but I'm able to stay longer.
Do you have to leave? Do you have to leave? Yeah, we've got a few that have to leave at 5, so I have to leave, so I'll turn the chair over to Mayor Krogh, because I do have to be gone at 5.
matter is important and needs to be discussed. I think I'm with Councillor Martman. It should be deferred until such time as we can give it the appropriate time. I mean, my sense is we have an in-camera meeting, which is obviously not going to be dealt with today, I suspect. I'm not a fan of having 6 or 7 members of council discuss things that are important. And I don't, with great respect, see anything here that requires us to stay past 5 o'clock today. We'll have to fit it in at some other time, but I don't want to see important matters discussed by, it may be a majority of council, it may be a quorum, but I think everyone's voice needs to be heard on all of these issues.
Any other thought, Ms. Scurry?
Yes, thank you, Chair Armstrong. So just after today, this is meeting 3 out of 6 Mondays in a row. We do on the week of the 17th of May have that public hearing and a finance and audit that week as well. And then after the Victoria Day Monday, we have 7 Mondays in a row. So there is quite a few meetings in sequence here every Monday, so we should be able to fit in some reasonable time to have discussion on this and a number of other items that are coming forward. So it is just a very heavy schedule. Like Mr. Rudolph said, we're trying to get as much to you as you need and want. So yeah, we'll do our best to agenda plan, but it is difficult when these items do require such thorough discussion.
So could some go after finance and audit meeting too? Because quite often we're done then by 10, so we could take that 2 hours, take us to noon.
Madam Chair, you won't be done at 10 this time because we.
No, yeah.
I can guarantee you this is another one of those long finance and audit meetings because it was intended to bring back things related to the capital program and that type of thing in the financial context. And so, yeah, we're kind of jammed up the month of May.
Well, can always add an extra day, like a Thursday morning.
I would suggest, Chair, that we defer this to a future date, and staff will report on Monday some options available to have this discussion.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Martman, seconded by Councillor Hemmons. All in favor? Motion carries. Mr. Rudolph, did you want to discuss yours? You've got 5 minutes, or would you like that deferred? Actually, you got probably 6.
Madam Chair, if you want, firstly, this is a product of a workshop that staff have been doing workshops to have their top 3 or 4 items laid out. So the management team has something that it can go over. A lot of those items in that chart are there for you to see, for the public to see, but also for the senior management team to review, and we'll be doing those quarterly. The top part of the chart was an edited version of what I heard coming out of the council workshop that we had about priorities. It's not necessarily perfectly accurate, and the list far exceeds what we're able to put on here, but the idea was to put something that would label over the current next 3 months what are some of the high priorities for council. And obviously those cascade into the staff realm because all things council come to staff in some form. And there's an illustration in that sheet of where they link into the various departments. So what was intended was, and I don't think you have enough time to do this, is to agree that those are the top 5 or 7 or 8 items that you would put into the category at the top of the list. And then once you did have that consensus, then you would revisit that every quarter. And this would be a sheet that's available to you at all times, and we would refresh it similarly at the staff level. So it's walk through it's Reimagine, it's the task force implementation, it's the subject of homelessness, it's those things that are on that list, the implementation of a public safety plan, the economic development strategy, the new organization, the transition plan, which needs to come back, and another housing-related thing to council in the foreseeable future. And then things coming in the future after that, which is the 2021 to business plans, and there's just a myriad of things on the list here. So we could do this. So it's at your pleasure how much time you want to talk about it. Right now, it's an information item. If you want to have a discussion, we could bring it back and allow you to have that discussion around the top 5 things, where they're at, and otherwise it's just there for your information.
Any thoughts from anybody, or should we, like, I think it's, obviously it's important to staff, so it should be important to us, so I would like to defer it for more in-depth discussion so that we can talk about it, because this is really basically the plan for the next year, so I think it's really important that we have some good discussion. I thought it was great reading it. You know, obviously, we'd like to discuss it, so again, I would like to add that myself to possibly the same meeting that we deal with the our stuff, if, you know, even if we had to do an extra meeting, like on a Friday morning or a Thursday afternoon for 3 hours. Yeah, by Zoom, yeah.
That's a good segue, Chair, to the issue of virtual meetings, and may I ask Ms. Curry to speak to that, because for the next while, there will be only Zoom meetings, and it may not, it'll be a different look for those that are watching at home, and whether it's on Shaw or that type of thing. So maybe we should visit that just briefly before we leave to make sure that it's clear to the public and yourselves.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. So yes, for the whole entire month of May, there'll be 7 meetings that are normally held in this auditorium that will be held completely virtual via Zoom. And that is to accommodate some upgrades that are happening with the audio and visual in this auditorium. So a lot of the public who have had, pardon me, a hard time hearing in the past, hopefully that will be improved and the technology will be upgraded as it is well past its usefulness. I won't say end of life. And so that will be happening in the month of May. We've had 1 mock meeting so far where I've had Councillor Martman attend as chair, as she will be the acting mayor for the most of the month of May for the GPC meetings, and some staff attend on Friday, and we will have another practice session on Wednesday morning. This is mostly for staff and for the mayor here, because all of you have been attending the RDN virtual meetings, so you're familiar with it. Staff here, IT staff, and recording secretary staff, myself, senior management, and the mayor need to get used to our roles via Zoom, so these mock meetings are helpful for us, so those have been great. Shaw will still be having this on TV on Channel 4 at 7 o'clock. The live streaming does feed into Shaw, so they will be on TV for our council meetings at 7 p.m. on the Mondays. So there is 7 meetings, I think 5 Mondays, plus a finance and audit and a public hearing that normally would be held in this room that will all be virtual via Zoom. So the public can expect to see council up on the screen via Zoom, and when delegations appear, they will have the luxury of actually being able to see council as well as hear them, unlike right now where it's just a one-way Zoom. And the upgrades do include that 2-way Zoom function, so going forward, when we come back here, delegations will be able to see you all, which they can't now. So that's the update.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn? Councillor Hammond, seconded by Councillor Martman. All in favor? Thank you.